Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. We have two-time deputations. We're on it'll be item 5.1. Item 5.1 is parking concerns on Melbourne Street East, Lindsay, Calvin Perrieri. Come to the podium.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for allowing me to address you this afternoon rather. I trust you'll have all read the email that I've had with Miss Johnson, who is the Parks and Recreation Manager. So I will not go into detail of those emails, but this issue started in 2022 when COVID was around and the city decided to have a skating rink on Melbourne Street East, Riverview Park. Now my house is exactly opposite the park, and there's a no parking sign, which is the whole area over there is no parking. It's illegal parking. However, nobody has enforced the parking situation, and the rink, you build it and they will come. So I think when they decided to put a rink over there, they should have made arrangements with the parking authorities, the bylaw office, to address the issue of illegal parking. Because with the snowbanks, and people parking close to the entrance of their rink, which was directly across from my driveway, I couldn't access my driveway or leave my driveway without maybe hitting someone and damaging my car or damaging somebody else's car. And I would have been responsible for that. People wanted to park right next to the entrance, which they don't want to walk, which is fine in the wintertime. However, that's my house over there. I cannot just move it to accommodate the parking situation. Now, I tried to speak to Miss Karen Cook before she left. Soon after I started communicating with her, she left. So then I was informed that Miss Johnson was going to be assuming her duties. So I tried several times to contact Miss Johnson. However, being a busy person, I could never get a hold of her. I left messages for her to return my call. I stated over there on my message what the issue was, and I asked her to call me so we could discuss what could be done to help me out here. But there was no response. So one day I decided, well, let's just keep calling until I could reach her. And lo and behold, I called about 4 or 5 times that morning, and then I was about to give up, and because it was lunchtime, and I figured I'll give it one more try, and lo and behold, Ms. Johnson answered the phone. When I introduced myself to her, she said, "Oh yes, I realize you tried reaching me several times this morning. However, I never received an apology for not receiving a return phone call." And this is after many phone calls that I'd made. So, I was a little ticked off about that. I thought, as a tax-paying citizen trying to contact, an employee of the city, I would be shown a little more respect than being ignored. The way I took it was, she figured, well, this gentleman has an issue. Let him deal with it. I'm not going to give him the time of day. This is what I got from her silence. And I wasn't happy about that. I don't like being a doormat. I never have, and I never will be. However, anyways, so we talked about the parking issue, and I said, you've never returned my call, so she said, I will email you this afternoon, which she did. Anyways, on January the 31st, that was a couple of weeks went by before, after I received her email, and nothing was done about my issue. And my issue was just the entrance of the rink could have been placed between the two driveways, not directly in front of my driveway. And this was a small ask. However, it was not an issue she was going to deal with. That's what I took from it. And I was really insulted. Anyways, on the 31st of January, 2023, I messaged her and sent an attachment of a hand drawing of the rink, where the no parking sign was, where the entrance to the rink was, which was right beside the no parking sign. And I also sent her, something that could be done. Simple, like just moving the entrance to the driveway, no, to the parking rink. To this day, nothing has been addressed. Now I find that, and then I was told by law that I should call by law each time somebody parked there illegally. Now, I'm not paid by the city to take care of bylaw issues. That's what people are paid for.
I get you to wrap up, please.
Yeah, that's what people are paid for. So that is my issue, and I figured the last thing I could do, and somebody might hear me, is to address the council. I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to air my grievance. I hope the council will see to it that next year, if the rink is going to be installed, the parking situation will be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive and to refer to staff for action on this item? Councillor Warren, Councillor McDonald. Any conversation? No? All in favor? Thank you. So your issue will be referred to staff for action. Okay? Thank you. Our next deputation is from Ann York on the Juniper Street property update. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Before I start my deputation, I just wanted to say, on behalf of many residents, we'd like to commend the new council for doing a great job in the short period of time that you've had these positions. Your work so far has not gone unnoticed. You're listening to residents, so we thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Ann York, and I am here on behalf of the Juniper Park Group and the many residents that have been actively trying to save Juniper Park for 2.5 years. The beauty of this place was shown in a slideshow that I emailed to all of you recently. These are photos that our group have taken throughout the past few years. Jen Johnson from City of Kawartha Lakes will be presenting a report later, but our group felt it was extremely important to make you all aware of the history of this 2.5 acres of land in Fenelon Falls called Juniper Park, and to see the visuals of it through the different seasons. On February 28th and March 15th, 1990, 33 years ago, a contract between the corporation of the village of Fenelon Falls and landowner Roy Gaynor was signed. Sorry, I'm really nervous. I don't know why. The condition of the sale of the contract was that this land was to be designated for public park. It was to be rezoned for such purpose by the purchaser at its own expense. In 1994 and 95, the Environmental Youth Corp was hired to do a study on these lands and create an environmental park. It had 100% approval of the residents and council in the Village of Fenelon Falls, Kawartha Region Conservation and Land Management, Ministry of Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife Management, and the Victoria County Board of Education. The Environmental Youth Corp went above and beyond what was expected and created a detailed binder of where trees and shrubs, native flowers would be planted, as well as documenting the description and purpose of each item in regards to the environment and nature. They also created the mulch pathways, wooden benches, signs, and the bridge which crossed the small creek. This was the development of an ecosystem-based public park which provided educational opportunities for the community as a whole, as well as for Langdon Public School directly next door. The park was beneficial to the school because the environment also became a part of their curriculum. On August 10th, 1996, there was a ribbon-cutting ceremony attended by our MPP at the time, Chris Hodgson, opening the doors to the first environmental park of the region. This news made the front page of the Fenelon Falls Gazette. 3 months later, an additional 100 trees were donated by IGA's Hometown Trees Program initiative. With the guidance of Nature Trails Unlimited, they were planted by local Girl Guides and Boy Scouts. This news also made the local newspaper. Eventually, in the year 2000, the village of Fenelon Falls amalgamated and became part of a city. The fact that this was our park got lost somewhere along the way within the City of Kawartha Lakes documents, but the residents continued using their park. From August 2020 until July 2022, last summer, we fought hard to keep it from becoming an apartment block. Our petition to save the only park south of the bridge garnered names of 80% of the voting population in the village. That's 1,200 names, and 2,000 names within the City of Kawartha Lakes boundaries. The parkland was eventually removed from the surplus land list, which City of Kawartha Lakes had added it to, and put back to recreational open space, RE. Environmental parks are psychotherapy for peace. In addition to reducing stress and improving the mood, spending time in nature has also been linked to improved cognitive function and creativity. Studies have found that being in nature can improve memory and attention, as well as increase problem-solving skills. A 20-minute walk in a park or other natural area can also help children with ADHD to focus better. According to studies, forest bathing is best done alone or with a small group. The goal is to fully immerse yourself in the present moment to relax and let go of any stress or distractions. It is not exercising, hiking, or jogging. It is simply being in nature, connecting with it through the sense of sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Our Juniper Park group will work with the City of Kawartha Lakes and volunteer our time and effort to help the city with the recreation of our environmental park and bring it more up to date. In order to do so, the residents count on your blessings of approval. We feel it is important to bring this information to your attention because the local newspaper, online magazines, Facebook posts have printed incorrect stories and articles in the past couple of years, even with a photo of the incorrect land stating that this land was not a park and never intended to be one. We have spent thousands of hours researching during COVID lockdowns to find the documentation proving that it is indeed our park and how to save it from being paved over. After 27 years since the planting of trees, native flowers, and shrubs, the park is accomplishing what it set out to be. 30 years ago, this was mostly a barren field. It is time to press the reset button on Juniper Park. Thank you for your time. I'd also like to thank our new councillor, Mike Perry, for reaching out to us immediately after getting elected, meeting with us numerous times, and supporting our endeavor is greatly appreciated. Thanks again. And a huge shout out to Ron Ashmore, who believed in us and gave us his support from the get-go. We thank you very much. Shaking, nervous, I don't know, I'm not a guest speaker.
Thank you for you did fine.
Any questions?
Well, we'll find out, just a sec.
Okay. Oh, I guess that's your job to ask.
It's kind of my job. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, thank you for coming.
Thank
Just
you.
wondering if you've reached out to Environmental Action Bob Cajun, because they did the same thing. They took a park that ended up being full of garbage and whatever, took it over and turned it into a kind of environmental park also. So it might be a good thing to reach out to them, because they've done it already.
Yes, when Jen Johnson does her report, and hopefully it'll pass council, next council meeting, we will reach out to as many people as possible. If necessary, we will fundraise. We are hoping, you know, there's money in the city allocated to the park, and we are a group of hard workers, and we will reach out beyond, like we did, like thousands of hours we put in saving this park.
Yeah. Thank you.
And the videos that I had sent you, I don't know if you've been away because your email said that, but if you have a moment, take a look at what is there when it was barren land, you know, in the early 1990s. I was there at the opening ceremonies, and my kids talk about it today, saying that park was so cool, and how the trees were labeled, and, you know, all the signs got taken down at one point, but it was a great place.
Well, thank you.
I use it every day.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
For you, to Ann, thanks for coming, and thanks for the video, and again, thanks for your hard work over the years. And it was your group that, you know, prevented this piece of property from becoming concrete and paved over, and once it's gone, it's gone. You'd never get the park back. It would never come back.
That's right.
So it's great that everybody rallied and we saved the park. So again, thanks, and to all the people that, the folks that work with you, and all the grassroots that are out there.
And you're on our Facebook page. Right now it's called Not on My Fenelon Falls Parkland. That is in the email that I sent with the video. I encourage you to look at it and just see, on a piece of land it's rock. Like people say you can't have trees there. Where I live, it is rock. I planted 15 maple trees, and you know, in the city they might be double the size now. In our area, it takes that much longer to grow. So to have that destroyed, it's just heartbreaking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
I just wanted to say, of course, thanks for coming in. I know your group is very, very hardworking, and you did just fine here today, so thanks for coming.
Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the deputation and recommend it be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Perry, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thanks for coming today. Okay, for the folks who are online and the folks who are in the audience, we ran very long this morning, and council hasn't had a break for a while. So we're going to take 15 minutes here, but before we take the 15 minutes, we're going to get through the Trails Master Plan this afternoon. And then I think in discussions with the clerk and the CAO, we're going to move the balance of the agenda to a committee of the whole meeting that will be held on the morning of the 18th, which is our council meetings in the afternoon, and we'll move the balance of the agenda to that morning and then go into the council meeting in the afternoon. That's the plan. So if you folks can hang in there, and you folks who are on television or on your computers, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. So we still have a couple of things to clean up from this morning. I'm going to read all the names of the people who sent in correspondence on short-term rentals, and we'll receive it all at once and refer it to consideration at the next regular council meeting, which will be April the 18th. So we have correspondence from Anthony Gopalapilli. Also correspondence from Young Shin Lee, Barbara Peel, Neil Gonzalez, Megan Power, Josh Wood, Jim Slack, and that's it. So can I have a motion to receive and refer to council meeting? So we have Councillor Smeaton and McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed. The report for the short-term rentals I need a motion to refer it to the committee of the whole that'll be held on April 18th. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point of procedure. I'm wondering, we've all identified around the table a lot of gaps and places to fill in with this bylaw. What's the process then moving forward for us to do so? I'm just curious as a new councillor. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. What we're going to do, Manager Sloan took copious notes from the people who were speaking and also questions from council, which he'll be considering. And during the intervening 2 weeks, if you have thoughts and questions and concerns, I would suggest that you put them in writing and copy senior management and council as is normal and get them off to them so that when we get to committee of the whole on the 18th, we can deal with them accordingly.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Item 6 on the agenda is correspondence, and we have correspondence regarding the electric vehicle fleet plan for the city of Kawartha Lakes from Shirley McCormick. And can I have a motion that the correspondence regarding the electric vehicle fleet plan be received and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Warren, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 7 is the Trails Master Plan. Item 7.1, Trails Master Plan Update Presentation. Jen Johnson, Manager of Parks and Recreation. And I believe Claire Bazinski from SEMA is on the line. Hi, we see you. So whenever you're ready, Ms. Johnson.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors, fellow staff, and members of the public. Thank you for allowing us to present the details about the Trails Master Plan for Kawartha Lakes. The Trails Master Plan update has been developed with the intent of serving as the city's policy support, blueprint, and guide to trail planning, design, implementation, management, and maintenance. The information contained within the final report includes a series of trail recommendations which have been developed, reviewed, and confirmed based on input from municipal staff, stakeholders, and decision makers. They reflect the strong history of trail planning established by the city, as well as reflections on the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that need to be addressed over the next 20 years. I would like to acknowledge the considerable efforts of staff, council members, stakeholders, technical agencies, and residents that guided the development of the Trails Master Plan update. Ryan Smith, Capital and Special Projects Supervisor, and Shelley Cooper, Community Partnership and Program Supervisor, were part of the team and were crucial to the overall process, so thank you. SEMA Plus, specifically Claire Bazinski, Samantha Ledger, and Peter Brox, worked diligently and effectively with staff and the public through the community engagement process to complete the 20-year plan. Claire Bazinski has joined us this afternoon and will present the details on the Trails Master Plan update. We will be available after the presentation to answer any questions. So Claire, I'll turn it over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Jen. And thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and members of council, for having me today. I'm joined today by my colleague, Samantha Legere, as Jen mentioned. She is more in the background. She will do a virtual hi, hello, but we are both here should you have any detailed questions about our process and the outcomes once we complete the presentation, as well as any deputations that do come forward. As I understand, there are quite a few. So on to our presentation. As Jen mentioned, we are providing you with a very high-level overview of the details related to our Trails Master Plan update. We're very pleased to be able to provide you with this overview. I hope you can see the slides. I just see myself speaking at you right now, so I hope there are slides coming forward. I'm looking for the, okay, wonderful. In terms of our first slide, I'll go past the land acknowledgement, but do acknowledge that we consult and that we undertook this project with very much consideration for an acknowledgement of and respect for the lands upon which we were doing this project and where we come from. In terms of our presentation overview and outline, and I'll ask to move on to slide 3 if that's okay. We will be talking about the slide prior, my apologies. Just to prior would be wonderful. Thank you so much. So in terms of our overview of the presentation, we will be providing a high-level summary of what we undertook in terms of the development of the Trails Master Plan update, and then dive into some of the key components of the plan that we wish to highlight as part of the summary of this process, and as you as a council move forward with hopefully the adoption in principle of this Trails Master Plan update. We truly believe that this plan has been developed as an evergreen approach that's resilient and really meant to be as a tool to help guide future decision making relative to trail planning, design, enforcement, management, monitoring, programming, and policy development. This is a very robust document that is intended to provide not only guidance, but tools to staff, to stakeholders, to members of council as you embark on the next steps of your trails journey over the next 20 years. Next slide, please. The Trails Master Plan update was undertaken as an update to the original 2006 plan, which was already a very strong document. But as you can tell, time has elapsed and more than 15 years has passed since the adoption of that original plan. That means that there were a number of best practices that had occurred related to trails planning. You had undertaken many of the initiatives and the projects that had been recommended. The conditions changed, the priorities changed. And so we really were looking at this plan as an update, of course, but also as an opportunity to look at how we can leverage this document and this tool to be able to serve as that blueprint and that more resilient and more flexible guide for next steps related to trail planning, design, and implementation. Next slide, please. The Trails Master Plan update and the document itself is merely one piece of a much larger puzzle that the City of Kawartha Lakes is creating and a framework that you are putting in place. It is a functional master plan that provides additional details down from the city's official plan and furthermore from the original growth management strategy from 2011. It is part of a series of functional plans that will provide guidance on the way in which we look at transportation within the City of Kawartha Lakes. We are concurrently undertaking the Active Transportation Master Plan, which was very much woven into and considered as part of the Trails Master Plan update process and is still in development right now, aiming to be completed by the end of this year. And we know that the city is also looking to undertake an update to the 2011 Transportation Master Plan, which again would solidify that framework of how we look at transportation, sustainable transportation modes, active transportation modes, goods movement, safety, and Vision Zero, and all of those really core components of a safe, connected, and continuous transportation network throughout the city of Kawartha Lakes. So the Trails Master Plan update is very much a key component of that framework. And we continue to look to opportunities to ensure that there is coordination and collaboration to leverage these functional plans to help guide and realize the goals and objectives of the city and the official plan as much as possible. Next slide, please. We undertook the Trails Master Plan update over the course of almost a 2-year timeline, starting in July of 2021. We worked through a very iterative process where we integrated and utilized engagement as much as possible to inform and verify the outcomes of our process. We spent a lot of time understanding what's on the ground now, what the issues are, what the challenges and opportunities are, before we really started to look at what those new projects and recommendations were. So this is very much an approach that is tailored to and considerate of the unique context that is the city of Kawartha Lakes, and also the unique opportunities and the unique conditions of trails within the city as well. Next slide, please. I noted engagement as part of our process. This is merely just a snapshot of the engagement that was undertaken. We used 2 rounds of very formal engagement that were adapted to reflect the way in which we wanted to and could, and stakeholders wanted to be involved throughout this process as much as possible. We listened keenly and we adapted where we could. We had working group sessions, we had stakeholder meetings, we had one-on-one discussions with key stakeholders and interest groups. We had numerous touch points with agencies and clubs and groups such as the Kawartha Trans-Canada Trail Association. We had public input sessions and discussions at the public level and virtual and online engagement. We really do feel very positive about the input that we received, but also how we were able to integrate it through the development of the projects and recommendations that make up the Trails Master Plan update. Next slide, please. The Trails Master Plan update is founded and based upon a trail vision and a series of principles and objectives. These were reviewed and revised. Originally, we had looked to possibly adopt the original vision and the original goals, but we truly felt that we needed to recreate those through a collaborative effort and based on stakeholder involvement to make sure that they were as relevant and resilient as possible, but also aspirational and general in nature in the sense that it could be flexible and adaptable, but also specific enough that we could take those and use them as the base to develop recommendations and to be able to ensure that they are achievable within the timeline that we've set out for implementation. Next slide, please. This is kind of our TMPU by numbers, if you will, at a glance. It's a very unique approach in the sense that sometimes a trails plan or a recreation or a active related plan focuses on a network, a continuous and connected system. Trails are unique in the sense that they're about experience. They're about finding opportunities to get out into nature and to use those opportunities to undertake different types of recreation. So we actually looked at the city of Kawartha Lakes and identified 11 focus areas where we thought that it would be really important to make sure there were trail improvements made or new trails built or trail management activities undertaken in order to improve those experiences and to make sure that they were maximized and leveraged as much as possible. And in those 11 trail focus areas, we have 4 different types of projects that we have identified that could be undertaken. And these are groupings and categories of projects that have similar types of what we call interventions, or types of different building projects or different types of improvements that we have identified. And those are trail comfort, where we're trying to create a space that is addressing user experience and potential conflict between different users, so improving that comfort feeling. Trail improvement projects, where the design is not currently considered appropriate for what it's being used for, and we're suggesting that that be improved to reflect how we want that experience to feel. New trail links, which are brand new trails that are not there right now. Maybe there's a bit of a goat path, or maybe there's an identified opportunity where we're suggesting a new trail be built. And trail management project, where we are enhancing the entry and exit point, such as a trailhead or a staging area, to make sure that it's very clear and understandable of who is meant to use this trail for what purpose and when. So those are our 4 types of projects. We identified different types of projects in the 11 focus areas, and then we assigned a phase to each of them. And so we have projects and recommendations phased over 3 different time periods. Short, so that's the first 5 years, starting this year and extending forward. A medium term from the year 6 to year 15, and then long term 16 to 20 plus year timeframe. So again, this is very much a 20-year timeline, but we have identified different projects in different phases and different recommendations in different phases to guide that annual decision making. We have 5 priority projects, which we will go over on a later slide. 27 comprehensive trail recommendations that address a range of topics, and 7 priority recommendations that we feel are really critical to the success of this plan. Next slide, please. Once more, we just wanted to note, if you do have time to dig into this at some point, it's a really great overview and snapshot of where the projects and where the initiatives are located, and to what degree we are highlighting some opportunities for different types of users. So we have a range of different types of projects. We've tried to be as intentional in providing different projects throughout all of the areas of the city as much as possible, in rural and urban areas. We also have been very intentional about providing opportunities, trail opportunities, I should say, for different types of trail users. That was one of the major considerations at the forefront of this plan and at the development of these recommendations. And that was not lost in how we identified project types, how we identified design solutions and potential enhancements, and how we are considering some of the go forward tactics. Next slide, please. In terms of the recommendations themselves, I'd mentioned that there are 27 recommendations. They span over 6 different types of recommendation categories. And these are the bases for the actual Trails Master Plan update report itself. We've just provided a couple of examples, as there are quite a few within the report. For trail infrastructure, that deals specifically with the building of the types of projects and also the integration of the network or the series of projects within different planning policy and plan documents. Trail design speaks specifically to the way in which different trail linkages are intended to be designed, or different design features. So what they would actually look like and how they would be constructed and built. The next is education and outreach. So how we're looking to encourage and enhance awareness around trails within the city of Kawartha Lakes, but also leverage and excite people towards using them, whether you live, work, or play within the city. The next is implementation and management, dealing with the day-to-day next steps of how to proceed with this Trails Master Plan and how to manage trails going forward. We have a series of different policies, as well as policy recommendations, implementation processes and tools that are being recommended to support those day-to-day conversations and coordination. Costing and funding, of course, the overview of what it looks like to budget for and plan for that annual budgeting around the different trail projects, and then maintenance and enforcement. We heard loud and clear that both were critical components, maintaining to ensure good repair and also good use, and also enforcing to ensure safe and comfortable use. And we have recommended practices and protocols around that. Next slide, please. I noted the 5 priority projects for the TMPU, and I'll just note them at a high level here. These were projects that were identified either through engagement, through numerous pieces of input from public members and stakeholders of the importance, through identification by members of staff of the importance and the critical nature, and also through our own assessment from the perspective of which of these types of projects would have a really strong impact on the overall use and the overall experience of trails within the city of Kawartha Lakes. So there are a range of different types of projects. Some are those improvement and management projects, where others are new builds and staging areas. We have provided a range, in some cases, of opportunities and options for potential treatments or potential enhancements within these areas. So we do feel quite strongly that these are quite critical and important projects themselves, or series of projects and focus areas. And we really hope that these are the initiatives and the focus areas that the city does move forward with early on and start tackling some of those unique and challenging, but very exciting opportunities going forward. Next slide, please. A project of this nature, of course, does not come without cost implications, and we want to be as transparent as possible about what that looks like. We went through a very iterative process with staff to look at unit costs and develop unit costs at the master plan level that were appropriate and reflective of best and comparable practices, as well as the assumptions that you make from a construction perspective. This is reflective of the costs in the current day right now at the master plan level. So we realize that on an annual basis, as you have budgeting discussions, there will need to be additional considerations that are built into these costs. That's at the bottom of the slide. Things like inflation, permits and approvals, some additional studies and design. We've tried to build that in from a resiliency perspective to understand how budgets need to be adapted and reflected when we go forward with the next steps of implementation. And that's built into a series of recommendations around the costing and funding sources, which also consider external funding sources beyond just city commitments, whether it's looking at federal funding options, provincial funding options, or localized initiatives. All are encouraged through the implementation strategy. Next slide, please. And last but not least, we really have tried to build in what we call an evergreen approach to this plan. There are so many times where we hear that plans just get stuck on a shelf, collecting dust, and are not usable. And we have tried our very best to build in recommendations, strategies, and opportunities within this plan to make sure that there are the tools and the supports and the frameworks that are in place to help give staff and their partners, as well as other stakeholders, the ability to help move forward with this plan over the next 5, 10, 15 plus years. Because this is a long-range strategy, things change, and we want to make sure that this plan is resilient, adaptable, flexible, and also a very strong vision and series of goals so that the city has some grand and wonderful ambitions regarding trails to work forward to. So next slide. This is the end of our short and sweet presentation. I hope this provided you with sufficient understanding of the comprehensiveness of this plan. There are a lot more details within the report itself, as I'm sure you may have seen in the document, a lot of supporting materials. We are looking to move forward and to help support how we can to identify what's next. But at this point, we're very pleased to say that this plan and this report is fully completed from our perspective. And we're just so pleased to have been able to work with the city, with the stakeholders, with the members of public, and to see this new Trails Master Plan update come to fruition. So thank you once again for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. So we'll see if we have any questions from council. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the presentation and all the good work. Going through the plan, it talked about having maybe a group of people that were active transportation folks and also ATV people also, and coming together and having a a committee, maybe not structured, it was kind of a bit loose, but I think there should be a structured group where people can get to know one another and their issues and talk about how to make the trails better. So I guess that was just a comment that it was in the plan. And also, just on Bob Cajun, I just wanted to make sure that there were no ATVs coming into Bob Cajun. I know Environmental Action Bob Cajun was pretty adamant about not bringing them in, so that was a question to Jen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So I think one of the projects that was identified was some trail work around Forbort Memorial Pool and across the dam into some municipal property that currently is being used. Claire had talked about those goat paths and our some recommendations that we wanted to include in this plan to formalize those pathways. So that particular section or project that you're talking about would be classified as a natural use trail, so which has motorized vehicles are restricted on a natural use trail. So that particular project you're talking about would not have ATVs on it.
So that's also around Wilderness Park, because the other side of Wilderness Park, ATVs are allowed. So I just wanted to be clear that that's not going to link up to Cedar Tree.
So the project around Cedar Tree Lane and Wilderness Park is identified in the project, in the plan, as a recreational use trail, and that's identified, it's in writing in here, and the recreational use trail is non-motorized as well. It's just a connecting link in between.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. First of all, I just want to say, I'm a new councillor, and this is the first master plan I've read, and I'm totally blown away by how well it's done. It flows. I thought it was very well presented. Good use of charts and maps, and if you want to get down in the weeds, the details there. So just congratulations on that. I was really impressed. My questions are. Some of the recommendations in the timeline, for instance, wayfinding, recommendation number 1, I agree, but it's color-coded. I'm sorry, I'm printed in black and white here. It was either yellow or orange or something. Why can't that be moved up to green in the 1 to 5 year timeline? Similarly, establish a trail stewardship program to support city staff with implementation, programming, maintenance, and monitoring. There's no cost to that. I understand there'd be staff time. I think that's important too. So I'm just wondering if we can move some things around in the timeline to green.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Absolutely. The document certainly, as we've talked about, is a guideline and provides kind of a blueprint and gives us direction. But any of those, like the green or yellow or just off orange, they're flexible. And depending on kind of what we hear from on a year-to-year basis, those things can be adjusted and can be pushed up, or if something isn't as urgent, can be pushed further into the future. So absolutely, the important part is that we wanted to identify those recommendations and those issues that need to be addressed. And if we are off a little bit on our timeline, we have the flexibility, and the document is fluid enough that we can adjust as needed.
Okay, thank you. And in closing, I think wayfinding and getting groups together, we can move forward faster on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just real quick, we've already had this chat, but just for the public, because I've been asked, I just want to clarify that after reading this thoroughly, and you know I have, the Lindsay ATV situation has absolutely nothing to do with this plan presentation today. So just to get that public, you've concurred that that is in fact true, in case people decide to bring that up, just saving time. You would agree with that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the ORV road route task force and recommendations are not part of the Trails Master Plan. They're separate separate initiatives.
I just promised I'd ask, so there it is publicly. And the second is, the elephant in the room for me, obviously, is there are a lot of people, very sound arguments, suggestions that the active transportation plan and the Trails Master Plan could in fact have more of a merged concept. And right off the bat in this plan, it's a pretty, it's one of the introductory statements that as to why that isn't the case and so on and so forth. So after investing months and months of different conversations with many, many people who feel differently, many who feel the same, what would your public answer be to that for the people who say, listen, I've got lots of reasons here why this could be in fact quite merged? That would be helpful for me to hear you. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So both very important documents, the Trails Master Plan as well as the Active Transportation Master Plan. They're both very important and separate in a sense. So although they're separate documents, it doesn't mean that staff wouldn't work together to support the recommendations that come from either document. It just needs to be, the documents need to be separate in the sense that Parks and Recreation looks after trails, parks. We have our portfolio, which is fairly large. So we don't need to add in roads and things like that active transportation deals with, but we work seamlessly with those folks that do look after the active transportation. So I can say that I've been involved, certainly not in all of the active transportation meetings, but even behind the scenes, maybe not at the task force level, but behind the scenes in providing input. Similarly, so has development staff been involved in the Trails Master Plan document. So although it may not be noticed publicly, we are trying to integrate those plans and make sure that the recommendations are capturing what is happening and what the concerns are in the public, whether it's through active transportation or through Trails Master Plan.
Deputy Mayor Richardson, did you?
Well, actually, no, my question just got answered. Thank you. Just maybe a quick comment too, as well as this report is amazing. When you take a step back and look how much connectivity you're having across the whole city of Kawartha Lakes. So it's really well done. I do have one quick question though. When you look at the trail infrastructure overview, a big component is going to be management, right? When you look at time and whatnot. I was just wondering if you can give us a little bit of a comment on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I just want to make sure I have the right, I'm answering what you're wanting. So how are we going to manage the overall system with 3 resources? It is a very good question. We do have, I've identified as a recommendation, some increase to both financial resources and human resources that will be required as we implement some of these recommendations. So that will be a huge piece of the success of the document, is being able to provide those extra resources or additional resources. As far as management, if you're talking about enforcement, we do have some recommendations that identify, how will we deal with making sure people understand what the rules are along the trail, are educated about what can happen where, that type of thing. So we have tried to capture that as well, because I think that with an increased trail system, we'll have some we'll need to identify and broaden our education and communication initiatives. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, Jen, if I could add a little bit of clarification around that. Great question from the councillor. Thank you so much. Just a clarification around the trail management reference. It may be coming from that table that was summarizing the different types of projects, of which 30 of those projects are trail management projects. The way we are referencing trail management projects is not solely related to enforcement and what we traditionally call management from that practice perspective. What you may note on page 56 and 55 of the TMPU is that when we're talking about trail management projects, we are referring to signage and wayfinding. We're talking about trailheads and staging areas. We're talking about crossings, including mid-block crossings, intersections, and pedestrian and active transportation improvements to make sure that we are able to upgrade these current conditions to the way in which the trails currently function, so that the city can manage them better. So it isn't as traditional as your typical management reference. It does have more infrastructure and construction related connotations relative to this project. So while of course there are assumptions around enforcement and management that will need to come forward as a result of some of those specific recommendations, the trail management projects aren't specifically related to increased efforts of management specifically. It's more related to strategic projects that help the trail function better.
Thank you. You fine, Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you too, Jen. You mentioned about fundraising in the presentation. This past week, I met with Kawartha Trans-Canada Trail Group that have raised funds to pave the Trans-Canada Trail going through Omimi. So that's 1 mile, 1.6 kilometers wide, and 10 feet wide. They're going to be paving it. But they seem to have a knack for tapping into funding. They seem to raise, I think it was $222,000 to do it. And they got it just by applying for various grants. But do you collaborate with that group? Because they seem to really be, seem to have the touch in getting these grants, like, which we could tap into, hopefully, too.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, I'm actually part of that board. They are very successful and are a hardworking group of individuals that really want to make a difference on the Trans-Canada Trail. So often the grants that they are receiving are Trans-Canada national grant opportunities that can be spent on the Trans-Canada Trail. Certainly not all of the grants, the funding that they receive is related to that, but many of their larger capital type projects are funded through that specific initiative that obviously we don't have access to because we're not on the Trans-Canada Trail. But certainly being part of that board, I do hear some other opportunities for trail initiatives and trail funding opportunities. So I do keep myself fairly aware of what's available. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I forgot to ask my second question. And that is, in terms of Kawartha Lakes versus our neighboring counties in our trails management, are we catching up? Are we on par? Or are we head and shoulders above them? Can you give me a general scope? Because I think this is fantastic that what we're doing here. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I would like to say that we're head and shoulders above everyone else, but I think that we are very fortunate within Kawartha Lakes to have the trail system that we have access to. I think that you could ask many folks whether they're a motorized user, or whether they're a non-motorized user, people, and we did hear that loud and clear through our engagement process, that people they appreciate the fact that we have such a great trail system within Kawartha Lakes, and it's a great opportunity that we have to be able to go out and access a trail basically from the north to the south to the east to the west. So I would suggest that we are fortunate with our trail system, and it's something that we should treat as a valued asset.
Okay, that doesn't really answer my question. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go to Peterborough and Halliburton and Simcoe and check it out myself. Thank you.
Thank
Through you,
you.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can share some examples if you wouldn't mind. We've worked in a number of municipalities throughout all of Ontario, and I would echo what Jen has said about your unique existing assets, but also your ambition and your drive to improve those. Sometimes what we do find is that with major trail systems like the Trans-Canada Trail or like your beautiful Victoria Rail Trail, those are the spine systems that continue to get monitored and managed and enhanced solely. So you do get a lot of those in other areas without always finding other opportunities to enhance and build new trail projects and systems. And that is something that is very commendable, that even though maybe you don't have more kilometers than some of the other areas, which is true, you do have very desired locations and also a very unbiased, but a very strong plan that sets out a very ambitious target for how you're going to enhance your trails in many different areas throughout the city. Forest tracks, urban areas, rural areas, unopened road allowances possibly, which are off-road trails that you can find in various areas. So, I mean, this is an ambitious plan that is, I would say, very unique compared to some of the others that are out there that we've had the pleasure of working on. And maybe I'll pick up on one of the previous conversations, which is that you need sometimes to have this type of trails master plan done before you start working on a wider active transportation plan, because trails can be so challenging sometimes to find and to build. They're just more unique. They're more experience-based. They take more time and effort to understand the environmental impacts, the types of design solutions, the lands that are needed. So commending the city for taking the time to do this work earlier, because it does take a bit more time, and then building out to create that more continuous and connected network through a wider active transportation master plan going forward to build out that fulsome active recreation and active transportation strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, followed by Smeaton.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just, to Jen, I'm wondering, in the bylaw enforcement, would that be 2 full-time equivalent people, or just 1? That, because I brought it up earlier with the short-term rentals, and so, you know, it's not always busy, but maybe that could be shared.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We haven't identified what the needs specifically would be from a municipal bylaw perspective. I did hear your comment this morning. I don't know whether it would be 2, to be honest, but it's something that I would work with Aaron Sloan on and work to see how anything that comes out of the Trails Master Plan may impact and where we may need some support, additional support from his department.
Yeah, and just while I think of it, I'm the representative on the Active Transportation Task Force, and one of the members brought up changing a route for active transportation that would impact the motorized north of Angeline Street. So I'm just wondering how, if this can be evergreen and malleable, that we could change that to everybody's agreement.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. As I said before, this is a really fluid document, and as things arise moving forward, if there's something that comes out of the Active Transportation Master Plan that makes us question or need to adjust, we're able to do that. So it's a document that allows us to pivot depending on kind of what the trend, what the issue is at the time.
Just going forward, it would be nice to have the sustainability plan in there too. Thank you.
Was that an editorial? Yes, absolutely. Councillor Smeaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just speaking to that fluidity, Councillor Horn and I talked about that exact spot, and it was one of those things that made me just want to mention very briefly a thanks and a mention to the constituency that in an area that has 4 or 5 major developments going on in Ward 5, I've had many conversations that involve allocations of parkland and park spaces, and trails come into this. And I just wanted to say to you and to Richard Hawley, so that the constituents hear, every question that has been asked of me to be clarified, because I'm new, both departments have, I mean, I don't know how many times you've answered the phone and I've said to Director Hawley, I just need an answer, I need to know. So I just like to say thanks so that people are aware that the communication is happening. There's lots of conversations to have, but that fluidity, I have also been part of that. So that's a really good thing, and thanks for that. Focus Area 6, Project 3, I'll just tell you what it is. It might be a question for Director Robinson. I just want some clarification on the Thunder Bridge and Angeline staging. was referred to in the Trails Master Plan as the staging project at the corner, because I've had some conversations with engineering about that as possibilities, and I just wasn't sure just a little bit more on that clarification for me.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, I'm pretty sure Brian won't have an answer for you, so you can always speak up.
I wasn't sure. I'm still new on who to ask. I don't know.
But so the recommendation that you're speaking to is the recommendation to make basically the triangular piece of property that's at Angeline and Thunderbridge Road a staging area. For anyone that's driven by there, particularly in the wintertime, you'll see lots of trucks and trailers, taking their sleds off and accessing the trail at that point. So in order to kind of alleviate the traffic congestion and make things a little bit more planned, we had suggested putting a staging area in on that municipal property. So if there is, we would certainly work with Public Works and what other departments we would need to work with to see that project through to fruition if at the will of council. Making sure that we hit all of the pieces that we need to hit. But we feel like it's a better option than what is currently taking place right now, where people are just kind of parking on the side of the road.
Yeah, because I had a conversation with with Juan about this about 6 weeks ago, just asking if that could be, in fact, something like that, because constituents had asked, and they were saying, I think the general feel was when this is finally brought to council. So that's good for public knowledge then, that might, in fact, that's what's on the table here is a staging area for all that. Okay.
Thank you. So can I get a motion that the presentation by Jen Johnson, Manager of Parks and Recreation, and Claire Basinski of SEMA regarding the Trails Master Plan be received, and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Joyce. All in favor? And that passes. We'll now move into the deputation portion, and before we do that, I just want to make sure that everyone is aware. This is something we read before Committee of the Whole meetings, but many of you weren't here, and it's just a reminder that this is a Committee of the Whole meeting, and no decisions will be made here today. There will only be recommendations that will go to our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, April 18th, 2023 for consideration. I'd also ask anybody if they wouldn't mind turning off their cell phones so that we don't have interruptions while the folks are talking. And also I would ask with the deputations that if other people have made the points that you wish to make, that perhaps you not repeat them again. We're interested in everything you have to say. We don't need to hear it 14 or 15 times though, but if you have new things to say, we're absolutely want to hear your points on them. So we'll move into the deputations, and our first deputation is by Zoom, and it's Lindsay Cronister. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes, so please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here in hopes of keeping ATVs off of the East Cameron corridor of the Victoria Rail Trail between Garnet Graham Beach Park and Northline Road. As you can imagine, this has been a topic of great debate for a long time, and I am hopeful that my deputation will give you pause for objective thought and discussion. I have been coming to Fenland Falls as a cottager at my parents' home my whole life, and have been using this trail for 37 years. Sadly, I have found that when ATVs were introduced onto the trail, it has become an uncomfortable and unsafe place to be. We have endured ATVs driving at unbelievable speeds, modified to be extremely loud, kicking up dust, and going completely unchecked by bylaw and law officials. I have also experienced intimidation and bullying from ATV riders. It is beyond ludicrous that an unlicensed and inexperienced child as young as 12, who lacks the knowledge, strength, maturity, or good judgment, is controlling a heavy and powerful machine on the same trail that my 3- and 6-year-old children are walking and riding their bikes. This is the same trail that has seniors, dog walkers, horses, etc. Just this past summer, while I was walking the trail with a friend and our 2 very young children, a 3-year-old girl and a newborn in a stroller, 2 ATVs were approaching at a high rate of speed behind us. I motioned for them to slow down, but they continued driving at the same rate of speed and passing us. They then stopped. One of the men got off his ATV and aggressively approached us, removing his helmet, and began to yell at myself and my friend, in front of our children. It was extremely intimidating to 2 young mothers and extremely frightening for a 3-year-old little girl. He claimed their speed was fine and I should mind my own business, and asked if I was a police or something. This man tried to bully and intimidate me just for asking him to slow down near a child. How is this considered safe or appropriate? I assume it is not to the council. I believe this incident goes to show just how disrespectful and aggressive some people riding on this trail have been towards the residents in this area. When a young family member who is on the spectrum and has sensory issues was riding her bike with her mother on the trail, a group of ATVs approached and scared her so much that she didn't know what to do. She ended up falling off the embankment and into poison ivy and trees, badly injuring herself. Not one of the ATV riders stopped to see if she was okay. And I know that she is not the only neurodivergent child to be negatively affected by ATVs on this trail. When riding my bike with my 3-year-old son, he was frightened by a group of 8 ATVs traveling together and fell off his bike. Instead of seeing if he was okay, they sat and waited for me to clear my fallen son off the path and to move his bike out of the way. These are just a couple of instances that I have experienced where entitled, discourteous, and aggressive behavior from ATV riders has occurred. As it currently stands, this trail is not safe. When purchasing a new bike for my daughter at a bike shop in the Toronto area, the owner asked where we rode. When I told him the Victoria Rail Trail near Fenelon Falls, he replied saying how beautiful it was up there. However, he never recommends it in his shop, and he will not ride it himself as there are too many ATVs. It makes me wonder how much business Fenelon Falls has lost by catering towards ATVs. In conclusion, I implore you to make the right decision for this community and its most vulnerable people by creating a bypass for ATVs, allowing everyone to enjoy what this area has to offer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Could you stay there, please, in case there are questions from council? Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, could I have a motion that the deputation of Lindsay Cronister regarding the Trails Master Plan update be received and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Perry, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you very much. Our next deputation is also by Zoom, and it is Judy Steed. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I have a cottage on East Cameron Lake, but I am reading the deputation of Lynn Reed, who has a lifelong experience there, and she has more experience with trail issues. So Lynn Reed writes, she's sorry she can't be here, by the way, she has health issues. I'm a lifelong summer resident of East Cameron Lake. My cottage is located on the Victoria Rail Trail. On our neighborhood trail, ATV use has been problematic for many years. Noise, speed, and pollution have a huge impact on our quality of life. On a typical summer weekend, I have over 200 vehicles passing 50 feet from my door. Speeds are excessive. Noise is constant. Fumes and dust are everywhere. My weekends are spent with doors and windows closed because the noise and pollution are unbearable. Due to increased ATV traffic, I walk the trail before 8 in the morning. The bylaws that are in place are not being enforced. The OPP have the equipment but do not have officers available to police the trail. I've reported incidents to the OPP and I've been asked to take matters into my own hands. The last time I engaged with a rider, I was verbally abused. I was walking with my daughter and her newborn baby. Two ATVs came speeding toward us. I motioned for them to slow down. They stopped and I said the speed limit was 20 kilometers per hour. One of the riders became irate. He got off his vehicle, screamed at us, then took off at a high rate of speed, spewing gravel, and we were walking with a baby. I called the OPP. Their response was, "Did you get a photo or a plate number?" I felt threatened during this attack. I wasn't about to take out my phone and take photos. Other issues with speed have been met with the same response. You need to take a photo. This is unacceptable. I should not have to put myself in harm's way. Policing the trail is not my job. Over the years, my concerns have been conveyed to Carolyn Richards, president of CATVA. It's great that she takes my calls, but then I am met with a wall of resistance. She is argumentative and confrontational. I understand she needs to represent her members, but this is not in the best interest of our community as a whole. I called her a few years ago regarding members' vehicles. I asked whether CATVA monitored noise and pollution levels on their members' ATVs. I explained that certain machines are more problematic. She told me that she drove one of those noisier machines. No monitoring is done. My last conversation with her was very disturbing regarding a near-miss collision between an SUV and an ATV at my intersection on the trail. I called Carolyn and she said she was not concerned about the safety of her members or the general public. If an accident was to occur, she said, it would not be on her or the city. She told me the policy of the trail is use at your own risk. This uncontrolled speed is a recipe for disaster. Trail use should be safe and comfortable for all of us. According to CATVA, there are 250 kilometers of trails to explore. I'm not going to repeat some of the things the previous person said. We're supporting active transportation. Our trail is a great place to do this. Based on the years of problems and no solutions, we really need change. The current system does not work. I ask that all motorized vehicles be taken off this residential section of the trail. We need to make a bypass work. I urge council members to consider this. And thank you for your time. And I will just add at the end, that's the end of Lynn's report. And I'm a retired journalist with the Globe and Mail and the Toronto Star, so I did a little bit of research. And very quickly, I was shocked at the accidents that popped up. October 2022, an ATV crash kills an 8-year-old boy, 45-year-old driver charged with dangerous driving, causing death and impaired driving. Also October, ATV crash near Hamilton. Driver loses control, ends up in a pond. His 2 children, aged 8 and 6, were killed. In January 2023, Haliburton County, ATV collision killed a rider. I won't go on, but thank you very much for hearing these words. And I appreciate your attention to the matter. Thanks.
Thank you. If you just stay on the line for a minute, are there any questions from council for the deputant? Seeing none, could I have a motion to receive and refer to the next council meeting? Councillor Warren, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you very much. Our next deputant is also on Zoom, and it is Mr. John Spears.
Okay, folks, my video is giving me a little trouble here. It says you cannot start your video because it has stopped. So I don't know if how we're going to get this back. It's doing weird things. Am I coming through yet, guys? No?
Yeah, we can hear you, so if you want to go ahead.
Okay, let's hear it. Yeah, the video just, for some reason, does not want to work.
We'll pretend, oh, there you are. We see you.
There we go.
Bright and clear.
Great. Yeah, listen, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking in support of restricting ATV use on the East Cameron Lake residential corridor. We all know that there are respectful drivers on the trail, and everyone's entitled to enjoy their recreation. But there are years of serious issues and violations that need a definitive solution. Council is guided by 4 strategic priorities that will have a lasting impact on the safety and health of their citizens and communities for years to come. The Trail Master Plan recommendations are guided by these same priorities: a healthy environment, exceptional quality of life, vibrant and growing economy, good government. The current Trail Master Plan has called out safety, noise, and dust. The previous Trail Master Plan called out safety, noise, dust, and conflict. 15 years later, East Cameron Lake has all of the same issues amplified by the increase in the number of ATVs over those years. There are years of video, picture, phone calls, and emails that provide evidence of speeding, noise, dust, after hours, conflict, and illegal vehicles on file with the OPP, bylaw enforcement, councillors, and city staff. A core value in the city is respect, and we should respect and act on years of violations evidence and not dismiss it. Promised enforcement through marshals, more marshals, donated ATVs, education, speed signs, signs saying adhere to the speed in OPP days have had an inconsequential impact on all of these things. Not one speeding citation or license removal in 15 years. ATVs drive at all hours, which has been and will continue to be impossible to enforce with marshals. Restricting ATVs demonstrates a duty of care and immediately removes the safety and risk issues. A Trails Master Plan objective is a safe, comfortable, and enjoyable experience for all users. Trail Master Plan feedback and evidence indicates many users feel that they do not get this experience. Some will not use the trail specifically because of speed, proximity, noise, and dust. Parents and infants and young children do not feel that there is a responsible duty of care when allowing young, inexperienced drivers driving ATVs weighing hundreds of pounds, capable of serious damage, within close proximity to their children. Parents do not approve of the noise and dust levels in close proximity to their children. East Cameron Lake represents only 4% of the Victoria Rail Trail, and restricting ATVs still provides access to over 90% of the Victoria Rail Trail for ATV use, and more broadly, 250 kilometers of additional trails. One trail user's inclusion that creates safety concerns, noise that exceeds the government's acceptable standards, dust health concerns, conflict, after-hours violations, illegal vehicles, and a steady state of traffic does not support a healthy environment or exceptional quality of life. Revenue from every source is important to our businesses, including from the 73,000 citizens across the city and the reported over 2,500 ATV Association members and many visitors. The revenue growth trajectory for the city is positive given the aggressive plan development. So from a good government perspective, years of evidence and 2 different Trail Master Plan recommendations would support the following: restrict ATVs on East Cameron Lake to immediately solve for 15 years of serious issues where inconsequential enforcement has failed to do so. Restrict ATVs driving through Garnet Graham Children's Park, Splash Pad, and Children's Center. And provide a safe, comfortable, and enjoyable trail experience for users and restore exceptional quality of life to a residential neighborhood. And invest in available bypass solutions. Thank you for the opportunity to share 35 years of trail realities.
Thank you. If you stay on the line, we'll see if there's any questions for you. Are there any questions for Mr. Spears? Seeing none, could I have a motion to receive the deputation and refer this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Perry, Councillor Smeaton. All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our
Appreciate
next deputant is also on Zoom, Mr. Ted McKeegan.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, thank you. My video seems to...
There you go. We see you now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for hearing me today. I too will speak in support of restricting motor vehicles such as ATVs on the East Cameron Lake Trail. I've been coming up to Phelan Falls for 30 plus years. In fact, I think it was 1987 when I first started coming up. And I'll preface everything by saying that for 40 some years, I've been a distance runner, a competitive distance runner, and have traveled all across Canada and other countries and have experienced trails and trail use in those places. And I got to say, in the 80s and 90s, the Cameron Lake Trail was an excellent place for runners, for any pedestrians. It was quiet, it was clean, and a very serene place for pedestrian activity. I've seen pedestrian use increase over the years, and that in itself is not a problem. But more recently, the trail is used by more and more ATVs, and that's mixing with pedestrians. I find that a very surprising development. The once quiet, clean trail is now dusty, noisy, has gasoline fumes, and seems potentially dangerous to have that mix. Now, I just want to briefly go over my experience with some of the trails I've seen in Canada. I'll start in Smithers, BC, where my son lives. This is a northern community in British Columbia, not too far from Alaska. And this community has a 25-kilometer perimeter trail that encircles the town. In this community, almost everybody has an ATV, but ATVs are not allowed on this pedestrian trail. Go to the East Coast in Halifax, Nova Scotia. There's a 40-kilometer trail at Point Pleasant. And once again, ATVs are not allowed on this pedestrian trail. Just go a little bit north of where you are now and up to Huntsville. And there's the Ferry Vista Trail. And once again, no ATVs are allowed on that pedestrian trail. And just final example I'll give you is I live minutes away from the Bruce Trail and use it frequently. And once again, no ATVs are allowed here as well. I have to say my experience on the Cameron East Trail has diminished over the years as the number of ATVs have increased. It's not pleasant to have groups of these vehicles come up to you either from the front or from behind you with noise, fumes, and dust. The main reason for using this trail for myself anyway is to get away from these issues and have a safe experience. This is the only trail in the whole country that I've encountered where ATVs and pedestrians are mixed together using the same trail at the same time. And to echo the recommendations of others, perhaps a solution is a bypass of the busiest parts of this trail, keeping pedestrians and residential users separate from the ATVs. A bypass would seem to meet the needs of all parties concerned, and I hope becomes a recommendation for council. With that, I'll yield the floor, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Just stay on the line, and we'll see if there are any questions from council. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. McKeegan. had a question about when people say motorized, and on the trail itself, on the East Cameron Trail, snowmobiles are allowed to be, to use that trail, is that correct?
Yes, as far as I know.
Yeah, because sometimes people ask, well, if we're against motorized vehicles, and then we have motorized, obviously, snowmobiles, what are your thoughts on that? Like, if you're thinking of going 100% non-motorized, would you still tolerate snowmobiles, or what's your thought on that?
Okay, I would likely, or would like to retract the term motorized and refer specifically to ATVs. No problem with snowmobiles. It's in the winter. The trail's not as heavily used by pedestrians, children's and bikes and runners, etc., walkers. And yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I have no problem with snowmobiles.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, could I have a motion to receive and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor MacDonald, Councillor Joyce. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next deputant is Craig Curtis.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Craig Curtis. I am here to talk about the motion made to council to close the multi-use Victoria Rail Trail from Garnet Cram Park to North Line Road for ATV use. I live on Cove Road, just across from this section of the trail. My wife and I own 2 ATVs and 2 snowmobiles. We moved to Fenelon Falls in 2012 because of the nice people in this town having a very unique multi-use trail for all to enjoy. On our weekend outings from our driveway, we really enjoy the scenery, socialization, and relaxation with other riders on their motorized vehicles on all the Kawartha ATV trails in Kawartha Lakes. During these rides is a time I never think about work and just about having fun. We are here today because of 5 residents on my section of this trail that partnered together to petition to get ATVs along with snowmobiles off of this 5 kilometers of trail, and they have been trying to do this for 15 consecutive years. I have heard from local residents that these people were aggressive to get residents to sign their petition. They have had trail cams set up along city trail property, videoing ATVs and multi-use trail users, and also running onto the trail, videoing, taking pictures with their cell phones of riders, including myself. These 5 partnered petitioning residents come across as aggressive bullies, thinking they own the water and land around their properties. I moved to Fenelon Falls for all the kind-hearted people that several have lived here for many years, and nothing like the partnered petitioners who I'm talking about. Our schools don't give in to bullies, nor should City Council. A few of these individuals who want the motorized vehicles removed built big, beautiful homes on their cottage properties by this section of the trail we are talking about and live here full-time. If ATVs and snowmobiles are such a problem for them, then why spend so much money to live somewhere they don't enjoy? Widening the trail 66 feet, as seen in the trail's master plan, for this section looks great, but also expensive. Common sense should prevail here and not give in to these aggressive bullies, so let's leave the trail the way it is and put the trail's master plan money towards Fenelon Falls, crumbling residential roads along every section, and petitioners and local residents drive on every day. This way, everybody will be happy to see our tax dollars well spent and also beautify the area. Hoorah.
Thank you. Just stay there a minute in case there are questions. Are there any questions from council for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Can I have a motion to receive and to refer to the next council for consideration? Councillor Yeo, Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next deputant is Nancy Lestrange and Ruth Pillsworth. You have 5 minutes between you.
I know, thanks.
Okay.
It's hard. There's so much to say. Mayor Elmsley and Council, my name is Ruth Pillsworth, and I am a seasonal cottager on the East Cameron Lake Trail. I am very close to where the, or was, and where the new mooring condos are going up. My property abuts the trails. I've been cottaging here all my life. My parents came here in 1958, and I've owned since 2003. I've been fortunate enough to be able to move to my cottage in May, and I move out in October. I do not ATV on the trail. I walk my dog every day, sometimes as far as Northline, and I also enjoy walking to town the other way. In all my years of being on the trail, I've met many ATVs, and they've been courteous and respectful. I step to the side with my dog, and they slowly go by. Last year, we even met up with trail wardens who were respectful and kind. I do not want the trail to be closed to ATVs from Garnet Graham Park to Northline. I feel this could be precedent setting. This trail was always meant to be multi-purpose and to be shared by many user groups. Moving forward, with more and more development happening in Fountain Falls and the potential for more users on the trail, I recommend more gates through this corridor to be put up to keep speeding at bay, the dust, and the other concerns. Thank you for the opportunity for hearing me today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Nancy McCullough Lestrange, and I have been here in Fenelon Falls since 1958. I've made Fenelon Falls my permanent residence since 2019 on Knox Crescent, and my property is adjacent to the rail trail. I'm here in support of keeping the ATVs on the trail, even though I do not own an ATV or a snowmobile. Spending all my summers up here as a child, I have such great memories of the train, walking the train tracks to swimming lessons, seeing if I could walk the rail all the way to town without falling off, waving at the man in the caboose. So it was a really sad day when that last train went through past our road in 1981. But when those tracks came up and it became a trail for everyone to use, I couldn't be happier. I could now train for multiple marathons, cycle, walk my dog, and meet the community. As an active person, my experience on the trail has been nothing but positive. Most recently, the trail helped me expedite my hip surgery recovery, thank you to the trail being groomed and safe. My first surgery was in January. I would snap on a pair of cross-country skis to the wheels of my walker, and off I'd go. Because the trail was groomed, this made it possible for me to get outside and walk, seeing as we don't have a walking track in Fenelon. My second surgery was this past summer, and the trail provided me another opportunity to recover by cycling, as walking was not possible. Again, the trail was flat and groomed and safe for me to do so. Then I thought to myself, how many others can't walk or bike, but can get on an ATV or a snowmobile and enjoy what I do? How marvelous is that? The trail was and is my lifeline for my mental and physical health, as it is to so many others. The average age in the city of Kawartha Lakes is 47, with the most common injuries being falls, according to the Canada Census, with 40,000 ending up with chronic pain. This trail is currently used by thousands of multiple purpose users. If this safe, barrier-free trail could not be used, it would cause such a negative effect on individuals emotionally, physically, and create a loss of community. I pass by ATVs and snowmobiles daily. Everyone has always been respectful and slowed down. A smile, a wave from the people utilizing the trail brings us all joy. And a joy is good for all of us in our mental health. Who am I or you to take this away from anyone? We shared the trail with the train. It is meant to be shared by all. And Mr. Mayor, 80% of the residents and cottagers, even the moorings in the most condensed part of the trail corridor, do not want to remove the ATVs. I have over 1,000 handwritten signatures, and they're online. There's over 5,000 signatures. And Mr. Mayor, contrary to what was stated at the meeting in September 2022, the people of Fenelon Falls and beyond have spoken, and we want the Victoria Rail Trail to remain open to all users, including ATVs. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you. Can I have a motion that this be referred to the next council meeting for consideration and that it be received? Councillor Warren, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next deputant is Shirley Hackett.
Am I still on? Yes.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City of Kawartha Lakes staff, the communities within Kawartha Lakes, friends and families that visit our community and have the opportunity to experience just what I get to live each day here in the City of Kawartha Lakes. Thank you for this opportunity. This feels like the Hatfield and McCoys today. We got good people, bad people, but the best part is Hatfields and McCoys has the best ATV place to go visit in all of the United States. Let's keep it going. So I'm a registered nurse. I'm 64 years old and I'm retired. My great interest is in outdoor recreation and all sports. My home also looks over the Victoria Rail Trail in Fenelon Falls. The trail's not a park. It's a historic transportation route. I participate in all activities on this multi-use trail. On my first ATV ride through Fenelon in 2016, my husband and I noticed a house was for sale. We bought it, made it our own, and come to love our community. We take our kids and our grandkids and my dog out for bike rides, walks, ATV rides, and it's a privilege. We teach them to respect the land, to respect fellow participants, to respect the nearby homeowners, and we teach them proper road and trail safety. We recognize this is a multi-use public trail, and every user should be cognizant of the safety needs. The section of trail being discussed today from Garnet Park to the North Line, for clarification and correction, in a Cottage Life article last fall, described the trail as a 2-kilometer stretch. This section is 5 kilometers long. Mainly flat trail that was cleared and built by the CNR, and when it was no longer financially viable, it was sold to Victoria County. Over time, the multi-use trail was established and is maintained in collaboration with the local snowmobile club, the county, many City of Kawartha Lakes citizens, and the local ATV club. It is an approximate 66-foot right-of-way. And I'd like to clarify that the standard rural road in Ontario is merely 24 feet wide. It seems that this trail is plenty wide for all of us to share. For ATV users, this trail section is posted at 20 kilometers an hour. The priority for riders with KATVA is safety. The signage is very clear along the trail to give right of way to horses, non-motorized users, and the pedestrians, as well as stopping at every posted stop sign, driveway crossings, and riding responsibly at all times. That 5-kilometer travel time for me is 30 to 35 minutes. Most often it takes a lot longer because I stop to say hi to everybody, I clean up debris along the trail, and I certainly enjoy the views. So the view. That 5-kilometer stretch has a beautiful spot to stop and take in the unobstructed view of Upper Cameron Lake, to watch the sunset, to see the glassy Cameron Lake on the calm days, to catch a boat headed for Rosedale Locks before it closes, or to sit on a rock at the water's edge, soak my feet, and have a snack. It's not easy for everyone to bike or walk this trail, but the ATV affords me that beautiful scenery. And that is the only section of the trail where we get to see that scenery. You take that away from the ATVs, you've taken away an amazing. That 5-kilometer stretch also holds the most amazing coves and bays, and they're home to not only landowners, but to the loons, otters, mink, beaver, raccoons, turtles, fox, a variety of birds, bears, deer, coyote, and our provincial flower, the trillium. In my 6+ years, I've seen them all, and here's the thing, guys. They're all still there, sharing the trail with me. They've adapted to getting along in this multi-use world. Get along. Little has changed in the 6+ years for the human population along that trail. A trailer park accommodated 59 sites. It has
Can
been
I get you to
replaced-
wrap up, please?
It has been replaced with a condo development with 59 units. Cottages along the trail have been replaced or renovated with permanent homes, but the population hasn't truly changed. Meanwhile, all the wildlife has multiplied yearly. As you reflect today, I would like to leave you remembering my presentation with the good, positive things that are happening here in Fenelon Falls and the city of Kawartha Lakes. We are an inclusive community. Please don't do anything to change that inclusivity. And as the original Anishinaabe word, Kawartha means a land of reflections. I hope you will reflect on this very important vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy?
Please.
Councillor Smeaton.
Very briefly through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say, Shirley, when we spoke on the phone, you did make a statement that if the North Line Road were to happen, you would never ride again. Do you mind expanding on that sentiment? It was.
Thank you for asking. Yes, I understand that the alternate route, if you took away ATVs from Garnet Park to the North Line, would put me in my ATV on Route 121 along up to what we all call Molly's Corner and left on North Line to catch back up the trail. You would ask me to compete at 20 kilometers an hour with armor stone trucks, dump trucks, and all the city traffic and all of the tourists with their trailers. It is something I could never do. There's no safe way to consider. And I will honestly say I haven't even measured out how many miles you want to put me on that road, because I just can't do it. I'm 64, and I think that's what I wanted you to really understand. I am the average age. Thank you so much for asking.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to refer this to the next council meeting for consideration and for receiving? Councillor Perry, Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you.
Our next deputation is Mr. William Steffler. Welcome.
Are we all set?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for taking on the task of serving the public. It's not always easy, as you can tell by the conflict of interest that's going on. Now, a primary guiding principle of the city's strategic plan is a healthy environment. The UN report on climate change is in. We're failing, all of us. Statement from Act Now, which is a UN campaign for individual action. Bold, fast, and wide-ranging action needs to be taken by governments and businesses, but the transition to a low-carbon world also requires the participation of citizens, especially in advanced economies. So that would be us. So I'm here to speak on behalf of promoting not anti-motorized use, but promoting non-motorized use. NASA 2019 report. One could say that because the atmosphere is so thin, the activity of 7.7 billion humans can actually make significant changes to the entire system. The composition of Earth's atmosphere has most certainly been altered. Half of the increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration in the last 300 years has occurred since 1980, and 1/4 of it since 2000. How do scientists know this? Carbon produced by burning fossil fuels has a different ratio of heavy to light carbon atoms, so it leaves a distinct fingerprint. So there you have it. Individuals are major contributors to climate change disasters. Burning fossil fuels is the primary cause of climate change. There needs to be a culture change from the grassroots up. Seriously encouraging individuals to adopt lifestyles that will reduce our carbon footprint should be an essential element for every level of government. So it's really simple when it comes to decisions. What factors take priority? The old standbys that got us into this mess, such as individual business short-term interests and influence, what will cause the least amount of immediate political fallout, short-term fiscal gains, or increase the health of the overall population, which will lower healthcare costs, mitigate loss of life and property due to climate change, take responsibility for the mess our generation has so greatly contributed to. Another guiding principle of the strategic plan is a vibrant and growing economy. We've already passed on a pretty big bill to our children and grandchildren while we benefited and played. A quote, "The cost of climate change impacts has been rising in Canada since 1983, from an average of about 0.4 billion annually to 1.9 billion annually. Another strategic plan guiding principle is fiscal responsibility. Anything that promotes climate change is a net loss, a loss of money, a loss of property, a loss of life. The Healthy Environment Plan and the Strategic Plan both promote the benefits of non-motorized recreation, which are zero greenhouse gas emissions, low environmental impact, will promote physical well-being, will lower healthcare costs, will increase quality of life, it will promote sustainability. We live on a planet with finite resources, and that is going to be a future crisis. We need that culture change now, and non-motorized recreation is an essential element. A core recreational element of city policy should be trails in and around urban areas be non-motorized. This reaches the greatest number of people in a cost-effective manner. It encourages people to reduce their carbon footprint. It provides a safe environment for families and young children who want to walk, run, cycle, and be active. Mixing motorized and non-motorized recreation is not safe. I didn't put this in my deputation, but since others have brought up incidents, September 25th, last September, my brother and I went out on a Sunday for a bike ride out to Ken Reed and back. Now, as has been said, there were ATV users who were quite respectful, and most of them are. My neighbor's a member of Kawartha, great guy. But we had 3 separate incidents where ATVs went by us on speed within about 4 to 6 inches. One wobble, and the hip replacement I had in April is definitely toast, and everything else, and could be a quadriplegic. Motorized and non-motorized, most of the time is safe, but unfortunately, there are times when it's not safe. There should be 2 sections of the VRTC designated non-motorized. Lindsay, that's where I live. William Street to Ken Reed, 4 kilometers. Fenland Falls, Garnet Graham Park to North Line Road, 4 kilometers. Yes, the 4K will be less convenient for ORV users, but geography is nobody's fault. That active transportation users have a small portion, only 8 kilometers of the total VRTC, is far from unreasonable. But that 8 kilometers can influence a lot of people in your urban areas and in rural as well. We need bold leadership. The bill is in and past due on climate change. Interest is accruing. Encouraging burning more fossil fuels only adds to the bill. Heat wave records have been set, people have drowned, and others have died of heat exposure. Homes have been destroyed. Non-motorized recreation should be an important element in reducing the city's carbon footprint, along with providing the other benefits. A clear message needs to be sent that everybody needs to set a course towards
Can I get you to wrap up, please?
Yep, more environmentally friendly lifestyle, no exceptions. If we keep doing the same things, we will get the same results, only more of them. Loss of life and property. We need a safe, comfortable environment to promote non-motorized recreation and reduce our carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could make one comment, I am encouraged by what I hear here today, and I like the idea of some sort of committee. I think it was Councillor Warren who brought it up, to where there can be some communication and the possibility of resolving conflicts of interest such as this. Thank you.
Well, I think Director Shanks and his staff are taking notes, so. Councillor Warren, you had a question.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Bill, for your presentation, and I do share a lot of your concerns. Would you be in favor, maybe in a few years, of EV ATVs?
Of EV, that certainly takes that off, but concern there as far as where climate change is, you know, we've been warned about this for 50 years. And I can remember tobacco. In the 60s, that's when I first heard of as a teenager, the lethal effects of tobacco. It took until the 1990s to even start getting some meaningful legislation. So climate change isn't something that we can wait for a future solution. We need to start really focusing on reducing our carbon footprint. As well, sustainability, a crisis that not too many people have possibly heard about is the population crisis. You heard the NASA reference to 7.7 billion people. Using up our finite resources is something that will eventually be a problem. And for my jogging and whatnot, I just need a pair of shoes and a shirt. And I don't want to take over, and let's clear up some misinformation. I've heard that people like myself are labeled as anti-ATV. I'm not out to ban ATVs. In my jogging days, my 5K route was to Thunder Bridge Road and back. My 10K route was to Ken Reed and back. That's it. And when I got out if I went past there the odd time, yes, I had no problem with ATVs. And a lot of the ATV riders were quite respectful. And as I said, I've got friends who drive ATVs. But I do honestly think that non-motorized and motorized use on the same trail can be dangerous. Accidents by definition don't happen very often, but it just takes one, and the results are tragic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Seeing no more. Oh, Councillor Smeaton.
Mr. Mayor, through you, I apologize. Could I excuse myself for 1 minute? There's a constituent here for another reason that has been moved to the 18th.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Ashmore, did you have a question?
Yes, please, if you don't mind. Through you to Mr. Steffler. I brought this up again, and in the wintertime, we have snowmobiles that use that trail, and people snowshoe or they cross-country ski. I'm just trying to move this contradiction out of this whole discussion here. Like on one hand, you're saying you don't want some people, I understand both sides, but you don't want to have a multi-use trail. You do not want to have an ATV going beside you, but at the same time, you're okay with having a snowmobile travel beside you. I just want to make sure, is that, I don't understand. I just want to.
Okay, so it's a valid question, and I understand the possible confusion there when you use the word motorized and non-motorized. I don't have a lot of experience with using a trail in the winter, so I'm not really qualified, to answer that. And the situation here in Lindsay would be different than, say, in Fenland Falls. I just don't use the trail in the winter enough to really comment on that. Myself personally, I guess I'd have to say there isn't, I've never personally had a conflict because I've never been in that situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So can I have a motion to receive and refer it to the next council meeting for consideration? Councillor Warren, Councillor Barry. All in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputation is Ron Hallman.
Thank you. First, I'd introduce myself to give a little bit of background to where I'm speaking from. I'm a retired police officer. I worked 30 years with a municipality of approximately 500,000 people, and I spent a fair amount of time in the traffic branch of that police agency. Worked in every assignment of that traffic branch to enforcement, general investigations, hit and run, and the police reporting center. For those who don't know, police reporting center is for non-injury collisions, basically full-time crash after crash after crash, investigating these. I'm now retired and now working part-time as a contract instructor at the Ontario Police College, teaching police vehicle operations. My point to this is that I don't know of anyone that is more conscious of public safety, particularly as it deals with traffic safety, than I am. So that's why I mention these things. I'd also like to congratulate the team that put together this plan. It's fantastic. I got a chance to review it. Didn't have enough time. I just got it yesterday. Did notice reference to crime prevention through environmental design. I'm trained in that. Good job in that. I like it. The one thing that did stand out to me, and that's what's the hot topic today, is this removing motorized vehicles on the trail. This is a trail that I and my wife use every day that we can since we've been here, and admittedly we've only been here for a little over a year, so I certainly can't speak to the history of this trail, but as much as we've used it, I do feel that I can speak to how it is now. We walked through the winter and we walked through the summer. Whenever our family would come up, they'd walk with us. And when I read the plan, there's a lot of mention to, not a lot, but it's mentioned to conflict. And when I heard about the idea of removing the ATVs because of conflict, I asked my wife and I asked myself, what are you talking about? What conflict? We have not experienced any conflict in any way, shape, or form. Certainly we've now heard that there is some, it exists. We've also talked though about comfort, safety, of course. And without having done a traffic study, I was looking for that in the plan there as to what evidence do we have to support the conflict. Is there any statistical research? What number of pedestrians compared to ATVs do we have? And I don't know if it's a reasonable thing to expect to have done a traffic study on a walking trail. However, that does mean, I think, that we are stuck with anecdotal evidence. And we're going to get it from both sides. So I thought it was important that you heard some anecdotal evidence from somebody who is unbiased. I don't own an ATV, I don't live on the trail, but I use it quite regularly, and it does appear that so do a whole lot of other people. Where I currently live, in order for us to go for a walk, our closest place is Highway 35. Can you follow me on that? You're going to walk on Highway 35, that you can speak to comfort. And that's not going to be comfortable. I walk that trail regularly, and I am perfectly comfortable. We recognize it's a 20-kilometer-per-hour zone. So as a pedestrian, I feel safe there. I can hear the ATVs coming long before they get to me. I've got lots of time to step off to the side, and they go by. Each and every single time, I cannot think of an exception that they haven't waived when going by. Are there exceptions? Of course, there's exceptions everywhere. Are there exceptions where people aren't doing 20? Of course. The biggest concern I have though is, what's the solution? We're going to move the ATVs over onto 121. Is it an 80 zone? I didn't get a chance to go. It's an 80 zone. Okay, think about this. An ATV versus a pedestrian, who's going to lose? Pedestrian, of course. An ATV versus a motor vehicle or truck, who's going to lose? The ATV, of course. So now when I think about that, I'm a person walking down the trail, I feel comfortable because I can get out of the way, and we're talking about 20K. Now we're going to put ATVs out on 121. Were they expected to do 80? I don't think so. Those vehicles are not designed to be going those kind of speeds. Most of them don't have rearview mirrors. All of them bloody well better be wearing helmets so they can't hear when something's coming up behind them. Speak about comfort. If you're driving your own vehicle and you're coming up behind an ATV, typically they're going slower than you, aren't they? And then when you're going to pass them, is that comfortable for you as the motorist? It isn't for me. I can't stand it because I know they don't know I'm coming. So the potential for them to make a move that is unexpected is real.
Can I get you to wrap up, please?
Certainly. So my point is, putting the ATVs on a highway is much more dangerous to the ATVs than leaving them on the rail trail. Might there be a time when it is appropriate to remove them and get another trail? Probably. We just need to stop growing so much, that's all.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And my question is actually for Mr. Director Shanks. I'm really listening to both sides and digesting everything. I did notice the proposed bypass on 121. Just questioning why not Northline? 121 is a pretty fast.
I think I'll let Manager Johnson answer that. She's got a more detailed knowledge of the plan itself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. So maybe just clarify your question.
There we go. Okay. I noticed in the master plan there was one page there, the proposed bypass for ATVs. The route was Highway 121, but Northline Road is a much shorter route. I'm just curious, why not Northline, which would be a safer road? It's not a highway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the bypass that's identified in the plan has the ATVs going off, so basically not permitting them from Garnet Grand Park through to Northline Road. So ATVs can choose to take Northline Road and go towards 121 and then through to Superior Road, or they can continue going on 121. They could go. My directions are going to be bad here. They can then go back on a Northline Road and get on to the trail and head then towards the Superior Road trailhead that we have. So Northline Road, they would be permitted on Northline Road. So that is part of the bypass. I guess what we've heard is that folks will probably continue going on 121 to Superior Road trailhead. And then access the trail.
Maybe for clarification, Colburn Street in Fenelon Falls is 121. So you would have to take 121 to get to Northline Road. Also, just to note that Northline Road is shown as a route by the ATV Club for accessing the trail, just so we know that. Anyway, does that help you?
Yeah, it does. The master plan, it showed all of Highway 121 going around.
Yeah.
But yeah, a little section of 121 to Northline, and then
yeah, exactly.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, another question. And put it in context, I'm a dirt bike rider, ride a motorcycle, snowmobiles, but I haven't ridden. I'm not an ATV owner. Do they have mirrors or side view mirrors?
Some do.
Some do.
I've been checking that. Not an ATV owner myself, so I was curious in looking at that and just going through Marketplace for them for sale. Every once in a while, we see one with
just
mirrors.
Some. Okay.
Most don't.
That's good. Okay. Now, when I'm riding my bike, I have a helmet on at all times. Yes. Well, there's once I didn't because I forgot to wear it, but that's another story. But yeah, my eyes are on my side view mirrors to see what traffic's coming up behind me. But I have the mirrors. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So can I have a motion to receive that presentation and to refer it to council for consideration at the next council meeting? Councillor Yeo, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that's passed. Our next deputant, Isabella Lowell and Lucas Lowell, and you have 5 minutes between you.
First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. My name is Isabella Lowell. I'm 13 years old. I live in Fenland Falls. Our home and property are located directly on the Kawartha Rail Trail. Over the past 3 years, I've worked, and last summer I finally earned enough to be able to purchase my very own ATV myself. I would like to add that the money I earned to purchase that was through the tourism industry. The first thing I did is ask my mom to call the Kawartha ATV Association and got signed up for their kids' ATV safety training. My family is very busy, which means family time is often spent while working. When we are able to slip away and free up a little bit of time, we love to go ATVing into Fenland Falls. We get to enjoy the beauty of nature, the outdoors, and we also get to enjoy local businesses in town. This conversation that has been happening all around me these last few months has me asking questions for myself, starting with, where did the rail trail come from, and how has this become a concern over all other issues in the world? Through those conversations, I learned from my grandparents that when my great-grandparents owned the property, the trains would go through, and then over the years, it has become a multi-generational, multi-use trail that now 4 generations of our family have been able to use. My grandma used to snowmobile with her dad, my dad with his, and now myself with mine. I also learned that there was another route put forward for people to use. My parents are unaware that I'm adding this part to my speech. However, I feel it's important to add. I asked my mom to show me where the new route would be, so I understood everything. She drove me the way the ATVers would need to take to travel now to get to Fenland Falls. I apologize, but I wouldn't walk my dog on that road, let alone feel comfortable with my parents on it with an ATV. My dad was a tower up until last year, and he's been to many accidents and some fatal accidents on this road. I've been to calls with him where he's pulling someone out of the ditch and told me we were not safe to get out of the truck because it was a dangerous road. I don't understand why we would remove a safe traveling space for people and change it to this option. If this change is put through, it would take away the opportunity for people like myself to safely go with my family to enjoy our beautiful town. I find it very unfair that a small group of people who bought or own properties that were always on the rail trail, whether while the train was running or now with snowmobiles and ATVs, can now make an unsafe change because it is not convenient for them anymore. I would love to be able to use it with my children as the 3 generations before me did. Please take the time to think about the numbers of people who benefit from the trail being open versus the few small people who complain over it being open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to council and staff. As you can see, we truly are a family business. I'm speaking on the business side of things now. As most of you are aware, the camping industry, and we are in the camping industry. ATVing is a big part of our business. We have people that come to our park specifically to use the trails from overseas, the USA, and different parts of Canada, and all over Ontario. We also have many people that come from as close as Fenland Falls. I have also put in a Freedom of Information request to get the facts regarding this issue put forward. I received a letter from the clerk's office that said I was denied this information. I had put in an appeal, however, I have not heard back yet on that appeal. I would also like to know why, if this information is available to lead to the potential closure of this section of trail, why can the public not see the true facts of these complaints? There is an online petition with over 5,000 signatures, yet recently I was told the council would not accept this online petition. Closing this section of trail is just a plain idea and short-sighted. We have campers with disabilities, seniors with physical impairments, and even other health concerns that use these trails as a place to freely and safely enjoy the outdoors. They have told me they simply don't know what they would do without the access to these trails. This tells you this recreational activity is doing nothing but growing. So please look into ways of growing this industry and perhaps dividing the 66-foot width trail into 2 sections for allow all of us to use and keep everyone safe and happy. In closing, let's expand on the assets and not allow the narrow minds of a few to dictate, privatize, and carve out personal places on a public asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabella, you did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
She outperformed me.
I see your mother's hand in this somehow. Councillor Smeaton. Did you have a question?
Through you, quick question, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Isabella, way to go. That's no easy feat. Luke, I was just curious, if this route the North Line route were accepted, are children even allowed to ride on that? Would that now no longer?
No, she's not allowed to ride on a road.
Right, so that would be the end of that.
That'd be the end of that, yeah.
Okay. I want to thank you, and so that I'm not looking biased, I want to thank Mr. Spears too. I forgot at the time, just for the amount of people that reached out to us as a council that aren't even in your ward to say, I'll take you for a ride. And Mr. Spears and his group as well, who made arrangements for us to meet and really sit down and do presentations. We were all offered that benefit. And since you're the one staying there, I'd like to thank your family for taking me onto the trail, showing me what your sentiments were. And again, so that all is clear, Mr. Spears and many other people took the same time. And I just wanted you to know how much I, personally, as a young counselor, I really appreciated that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Who said you were young?
New to council.
There are no more questions. And I have a motion to receive and refer to council for consideration. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren. All in favor? Thank you. Our next deputant is Greg Arkwright via Zoom.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councilors, for taking time for me to be able to speak to this. I've been a resident of Fenelon Falls for the last 24 years. Lived in the city of Kawartha Lakes in the former Victoria County for my whole life of 53 years. I grew up in Rosedale, spent countless hours in Fenelon Falls as a child and as an adult. I have walked, ridden my bike, ran this section of trail as long as I can remember. I've also operated my ATV and my snowmobile on the rail trail. Once I was able to, as a legal operator of my snowmobile when I got my license. Portion of the VRTC of Fenelon Falls is a very important portion of the trail for the Kawartha ATV Association, its members, as well as the Kawartha Lakes Snowmobile Club. This is a connection for the members of each of these clubs to travel safely from Fenelon Falls to the trail at North Line Road. This section of trail is very picturesque of the trail and should be available to all to enjoy. This section of trail, as mentioned, is a multi-use trail system that has pedestrians, bicyclists, horse riders, ATVs, and winter snowmobiles. It has been shared by all user groups throughout the years. As noted by Ms. Johnson and Ms. Bazinski, we do have a wonderful trail system within our community, and been continually told this by people that have visited the area. Having lived in the area for many years, I have many acquaintances who likewise like to enjoy the trail. One couple, Phil and Lori Baker, who do not own motorized vehicles, but ride their bicycles and walk on the trail, have told me on numerous occasions that they enjoy seeing that the trail is still being utilized by all user groups. A quote they have told me many times is as follows: "We have never had a bad experience with an ATV or snowmobile operator in all the times that we have been on the trail. They have always been respectful and courteous whenever they come upon us." I have been told the same thing by many people as I've been riding my ATV along the trail as well, as I've stopped many times to chat with people and get to know them. I've also ridden the trail many times with people who are on the spectrum, and they get on the ATV just as much as I do, as it's a place of enjoyment for them. It's a place where they can get out and do things and not worry about things. There is a concern I have with regards to the trail. People who own property adjacent to the trail have been encroaching on the trail. If I'm correct, and I know I am now because I've heard it, the city owns that trail, and it is a 66-foot wide allowance. I've heard that people feel the trail is not wide enough for all the traffic that is on it. I've also read through the trail's master plan and feel that the issue of the rail trail being wide enough can easily be remedied by the city taking back its 66-foot allowance on the trail and making the trail wider. There were proposals within the previous draft of the trail's master plan which proposed this exact thought. Some of our members who ride the trail are youth who are riding with their parents. as Isabella just mentioned. These youth are able to ride the trail legally as they are 12, which is the legal age to operate an ATV on the trail system. It would be unjust to these youth to close the section of trail and have the trail moved to 121 and then onto North Line Road. These youth would not be able to legally ride into town with their parents on the roads. A number of our members are seniors who do not like to ride on roads and will no longer be able to ride into Fenelon Falls, as they will not ride along North Line Road and 121 to get into town. A lot of our members are not fond of riding along the road, such as North Line, as it would be very dangerous to them. Yes, side-by-sides are directed and sent to North Line Road. ATVs are not. It is a side-by-side route for our side-by-side drivers. But there is a major difference. In a side-by-side, you have a seatbelt, you're enclosed in a roll bar or a protective cage. That is not the case on an ATV. With ATVs, there's no you're not protected by a roll bar or a cage, and cars or trucks traveling along the road, traveling at 80 kilometers an hour, and there's no gravel sidewalk of that road for an ATV to travel on out of the way of traffic. I'm a member of the Kawartha ATV Club. I'm also a member of the board of Kawartha. I'm on the Trail Patrol team. I'm also taking on the title of Trail Maintenance Coordinator for the north section of the trails from Cameron north to Kinmount. The ATV Club and the Snowmobile Club have contributed funds to keep the trail in good condition for all user groups. As for things the ATV Club has put forth as options to help keep the rail trail safe for all users, here are a few things. We have contributed over $400,000 in the last 5 years to help maintain trails within the city of Kawartha Lakes. We work very closely with Ryan Smith at the city to focus our efforts in coordinating where we need to do work for the upcoming year. We contributed $50,000 4 years ago to completely resurface the section of trail in question here for the benefit of all trail users and property owners along the trail. We have trail patrol members who patrol the area, the trail system in Kawartha Lakes, including from Garnet Grand Park north to Kinmount.
Could I ask you to wrap up, please?
Okay. Trail Patrol has been very good about getting out whenever there's complaints. Carolyn Richards makes sure that when she receives a complaint, she gets things out. Last year, we had 2 of our Trail Patrol members appointed by city bylaw for the purpose of adding safety to the trails. This year, we're hoping to add 2 more people for this purpose to help keep the bylaws enforced and also regarding trail use. This year, with the approval, as I say, with the approval of council, we hope to have these brought in. An area of concern has been noise pollution, and we have brought a suggestion to Councillor Perry that the noise bylaw be introduced by city bylaws, as there is no bylaw currently. Over the years, we have contributed more than $75,000 to the city of Kawartha Lakes in donations of equipment. We provided bylaw with 2 ATVs. We provided the Kawartha Lakes Police Service with 2 ATVs. And we provided a side-by-side to Burt River Fire Station for their ability to respond to any calls they would need an ATV for. During the second half of last summer, we took on the responsibility of putting down calcium on the trail, and we spent $5,000 on calcium and equipment to spread. And this year that'll be doubled as we'll be taking on the entire summer. Lastly,
I need you to wrap up, please.
Yep, I got one more statement here. Lastly, we run an ATV safety course for youth and adults alike. The safety training for the youth is for everyone aged 12 and up. We have certified staff to provide this training and have had great attendance to these courses over the years. We have trained not only members of the public, but also bylaw staff, Kawartha Lakes Police, service staff, and staff from other Ministry of Natural Resources. In closing, I wish to see that the trail be kept open for ATV use and snowmobile use for all to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
No question. I just have to excuse myself for an important family matter. I'll be right back.
Councillor Smeaton.
Through you, Mr. Baird, Mayor, just because it came up, could I, just for public record, what are the exact chemicals and powders? I've heard all sorts of different things, and I'm not an ATVer, so it's just calcium, correct? That's being put down? Simple as that?
Calcium chloride.
Calcium chloride, thanks.
Yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, can I have a motion that we receive the deputation and be forwarded to the next council meeting for consideration? Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next deputant is a familiar face. Mr. Dunn, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's always a pleasure to be back here. It's been a long time since I've stood at the podium to make a speech, but that's fine. Just for the record, I own an ATV and I'm not an ATVer. I've never once in my life ever been on any trail in the city of Kawartha Lakes. I also own a bike, and I don't call myself a cyclist anymore. You know, now when this thing first reared its head back in 2012, I took it upon myself to walk from Mount Horeb Road to Burnt River. And I talked to everybody I met on the trail. And of course, I had my own personal experiences. Never had a problem with ATVs. The only issue that anybody had, including the equestrians, were cyclists. And the reason is you don't hear them coming. And of course, if I was walking by myself, I had earphones on. If I was walking with company, we spread out so we could all chat, and we had to slow them down. So aside from that, there's never been an issue. When this became an issue in last council, I went and I parked my butt up at North Line Road and the trail, and I talked to everybody coming down from the trail. I talked to people that live on the trail that say it's a great thing that we can walk out, get up every morning and decide how we're going to use our trail. He says sometimes we use our bikes, sometimes we walk, sometimes we use our ATVs. Once again, of the 20, 30 people I talked to at the junction there, no problems. No problems whatsoever. Now, we've heard lots of talk, and I'm going to leave that issue, except for on Colburn Street. So if you go up Colburn Street, there's two areas that are identified. There's the area that if you go right straight through and you kind of cut around, they call it Colburn on the map. And then they've got a staging area, and then they've got a trail leading over to the trail. As possibly one of the, I can give you a page number. Just give me a sec. That would be page number 473, page 50 in the actual binder. Sorry, wrong one. Sorry, page 46 in the binder. Now, I'm not sure why we would put a trail in there or a staging area, because where it connects with the rail trail is still in the proposed prohibited zone. So it serves no other purpose. Second option is, and one of the councillors asked about the North Line Road. That's a dangerous road, even in a car. Now, I spent 15 years with the OPP zipping up and down that road, and you meet a pickup truck there, and you're in a car. You kind of move your butt a little bit to the left, or a little bit to the right, I guess, to just to give them more room. To put an ATV on a road that's windy, twisty, and hilly is totally and completely unsafe. So I'm glad to see that was taken away from the recommendations. 121's not much better. High-speed road, kind of a fishing hole. You could park up at Superior Propane and knock off speeders all day long. So neither one of those roads, to me, are viable options. Okay, so I'm going to move away from that because we've got lots of people here that want to talk about the Fenelon Falls issue. I get down to the Lindsay area. I see some pretty exciting stuff there. And I'm not quite sure how it works, but the trail comes up. Somewhere along the way, we've got a trail going along the river. I'm not sure whether that's included because I just couldn't, as soon as I got my map big enough, it sort of disappeared. Comes across Pottinger, up William, and so on and so forth, appears to hook into the rail trail. I think that's a wonderful idea. Whether or not it is, I don't know, but that's the impression that I had. Final comments I want to make is the money. We're talking about spending $750,000 per year. And the report says that's on the low side. We are in a year, probably in the next 5 years of inflation. Very good chance we're going to be moving into recession. Parks and Rec have a healthy budget. We can probably increase that budget slightly, and they can set priorities. They can set priorities as to how we should deal with our trails. My recommendation to this council is receive the report and do nothing else. It forms a good reference document. There's been a lot of time and effort spent in creating it, and it'll be a wonderful reference piece. But to adopt the recommendations as printed, number one, it's extremely expensive, and it doesn't resolve the problems. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions for Mr. Dunn? Nope, you're off the hook. I have a motion to receive the deputation and refer it for consideration at the next council meeting. I have Deputy Mayor Richardson and Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? Thank you. It's passed. Our next deputation is from Rodney Braun.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. First off, I'd like to thank you, Sarah O'Connell, pardon me. I was to appear in person. However, I dislocated a rib last night in my sleep. Welcome to your 50s. And I'm in a lot of pain, so I'm not there. I'm speaking today in favor of the trail remaining open, the portion through Garnet Graham Park to the North Line portion. Like Mr. Curtis and Mrs. Hackett, my wife and I moved here after falling in love with Fenland Falls and the trail. We were up here on a ride prior to COVID and the world going crazy. And I'll never forget, we parked and walked up to the Cow and Sow covered in mud, and we walked in and nobody even raised an eyebrow, and people said hello. And I looked at my wife right there and I said, we're moving here. You know, without the benefit of the Master Trails Plan, some of my points may be repetitive, but I wanted to touch on some of the highlights to me. And the first one obviously is safety. You know, one of the things that came to me here is you don't close a highway if someone gets caught stunt driving. You increase enforcement. Police take measures. They release press releases. There's all kinds of innovative things that you can do to raise the awareness, and that's an option. One of the things that I've heard about is the e-bikes and like motorized vehicles being off the trail completely, and safety. Anecdotally, I've noticed a lot more e-bikes on that trail last summer. So people are starting to bring their e-bikes up, and some of them are souped up, some aren't. And there's a lot of them on the trail as well. So this isn't just about ATVs. There's large groups of e-bikes that are coming up and using that trail. It's 66 feet wide. We can compromise. We can build a barrier in the middle, whether that's physical, whether there's some line of demarcation. But if it's widened through that area, there's plenty of room for everybody. ATVs and e-bikes motorized on one side, walkers, horses, whatever the case might be in the other. And maybe the report speaks to that. I don't know. We push those ATVs out into 121. It's going to increase traffic, and that's going to be an inconvenience to everyone. That's going to be resident and tourist alike. Can you imagine the summer gridlock through that town if the ATVs are also going through it? So that is an issue that affects everyone. One of the things that concerns me as well is the conciliation and compromise. It appears to me that ATVs are being unfairly perceived as militant or inflexible, when it's actually the opposite. I see the ATV club and CATVA and the members as being the ones that are the catalyst to come with solutions, whereas others just close. You know, there's too many closed minds here. Like I like the idea earlier of the structured group. You know, let's sit down. I'm also a mediator, you know, and I'm sitting here thinking this is an opportunity to bring people together. Maybe you can, maybe you can't, but that should be tried with the people that are complaining and the ATV group with assistance from the town. Another thing that I thought about was Mr. Hallman. You know, we talked about anecdotes, and I want to stay away from them, but since they've been introduced, I'm going to. There's been times I've stopped my ATV, not even running, sitting, especially near the East Cameron Lake area, and been approached by walkers and rudely told to watch my speed while my bike's not even running. I don't engage them. I'm just sitting there to look out over the lake and enjoy myself and de-stress. And I just politely smile and nod and say thanks, but I don't engage. So that rude thing goes both ways. I've been rudely approached on my ATV as well. You know, folks, Fenland Falls is a summer playground for everyone. fumes, noise. Come on, give me a break. The Trent Severn waterway is right there, one of the busiest waterways in Canada. There are boats going through this town and along Cameron Lake constantly all summer long. I remember we first moved up here. The small planes flew over on Friday and Saturday night, scared the daylights out of me. The float planes going back and forth, they create noise. But you know what? We share. It's what we do when we're adults in a civilized, equitable society. I have a boat. I keep it in Lock 34 all the time. I'll be the first to tell you, I hate sea-doos. Can't stand them. But I also recognize I have to share the water with them, and I do, because that's what you do when you're in a civilized society. You share and you compromise. It's not about me saying, I don't like sea-doos, they should all go. Another thing, have we looked at the economic impact? Because I'm going to tell you, if you have to route people through 121, they're going to drive right through and they're going to park at Superior Propane and they're going to go from there, and they're not stopping in Fenland. People it's too busy here in the summer. They're not going to, if they've got their ATVs here, there's places to park. They can go over by Murphy's. They can stay on the road trail that currently exists. But if they've got to go through 121, people are simply going to bypass Fenland and they are going to go up to the Superior lot, and there's all of the economic impact. And I want to know if that's been looked at. But, you know, and this is corny, but the Lake Trail is a beautiful part of Fenland Falls, and it's part of it. It's part of it. When you sit down there, you feel Fenland Falls. My wife and I organize rides here since we've moved up to show off our beautiful town. People come from all around to ride here, and we don't prescribe to get off my lawn. And earlier, one of the multi-use trail report persons, I can't remember who, said this is a very desirable area. You know, if we look at and I know that you didn't want to accept the online petition, and I respect that, but over 5,000 people signed that. And a lot of people said, well, yeah, but they're not from here. But isn't that the point? Look at the attention that this issue has garnered. 5,000,
Get you to wrap up,
people.
please.
Okay, thanks. So I just, you know, and the sleds are next. This is the thin edge of the wedge. And I'm not a sledder. But let's be innovative here. Let's get people coming here. We have an opportunity. We need to share. Yeah, people are watching our bucolic little town, my friends, and you know what? They're not liking what they're seeing. And I'm really concerned that if this passes, that the residents of Fenland Falls are not going to feel heard. And that's what we're here for today, to be heard. We all have our positions, but we need to share and share alike. So for those reasons, I am in favor of keeping the trail open, the Garnet Graham portion to Northline Road, and I do thank you for your time.
Thank you. If you just stay online. Just stay online for a minute and I'll see if there are any questions for it. Seeing none, I have a motion to receive this deputation and refer it to the next council meeting for consideration. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you very much. Our next deputation, Liz Phillips and Murray Moore. You have 5 minutes between you.
Good afternoon. I'm Liz Phillips, Vice President, Kawartha Lake Snowmobile Club. I've been with the club for 23 years. With us today is the President of the OFSC, Murray Baker, and our KLSC Board of Directors. 2 directors, I might add, have over 40 years on the board. The City of Kawartha Lakes is a tourism destination. Fenland Falls was featured in the Country Living magazine Winter 2020. Our snowmobile club was successful in lobbying the Victoria County to purchase and make the rail line a multi-use trail for everyone to use from Kinmount down to Lindsay, not just for select users or activities. Mary Burrell Museum published a very complete history of the VRT. Long before being incorporated, in 1979, our club began development of trails throughout the Victoria County. The VRT was developed by the Snowmobile Club volunteers. We work closely with 40 private landowners. We pay for our regulatory signage, which is inspected and replaced before and during each season. We have a good working relationship with the city and with Parks and Rec. Superior Road
parking lot was developed and paid by our club and other partners to ease the parking in Fenland. Fenland Falls is unique as it merges two top trails, B103 from Durham and beyond, E108 east from as far as Bancroft and south from Lindsay. Should there ever be a closing of that main artery, it will sever Fenland Falls from these accesses, causing severe economic losses. The OFSC Economic Impact Report of 2/18/19 seasoned for the Central Eastern District 2, rider spending was $73.3 million. And there was jobs related to that, 574. Taxes from snowmobiling to the municipalities in District 2 was $1.9 million. District 8 impact report has been forwarded to the council. We were part of both districts in that time period. The total revenue of snowmobiling in Ontario is $11 billion. We can't allow the trail closure to any user. It was built and maintained by volunteers for everyone to enjoy. This multi-use trail must remain multi-use for all users. The online petition hit 5,135 today, and I still say it should be accepted.
Thanks, Lee. Good afternoon. My name is Murray Moore, and I am the groomer manager for the Kawartha Lake Snowmobile Club. We operate 2 purpose-built groomers. These machines are 9'6" wide, 43 feet long. At the beginning of each season, we have to go over and groom every trail, removing trees and debris before the trails can be marked either open or available on the interactive provincial trail map. Most of the members of this council are aware that the Snowmobile Club has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on trails within the city of Kawartha Lakes. A number of years ago, when the wooden bridge over McLaren's Creek burnt, it was the Snowmobile Club that had a new steel-built bridge built and installed at no cost to the city. Without this, there would have been no trail between Fenland and Lindsay. The Snowmobile Club also maintains all of the bridges between Lindsay and Kinmount. We've redecked them with plastic lumber to make them last. We work with Parks and Rec staff every spring and fall to open and close the railway bridge in Fenland and to open and close the gates on the rail line itself. I have been grooming and working as a volunteer to keep this trail open and usable for all for over 20 years now. Over the past number of years, I have noticed that the area of the trail between Garnet Reed Park north out of Fenland has become more congested. Some of the property owners are taking city property and using it as their own. They're filling in the ditches right up to the edge of the rail line. They are planting hedges right up to the edge of the rail line. There's places now where our groomer is touching trees on both sides of the trail. And as we all know, these trees are going to grow. As I groom these trails, I stop and talk to people who are walking on the trails. They all thank us for grooming the trails. If we weren't grooming them, they wouldn't be using them. I'm old enough to remember when this trail first became into existence as a multi-use trail, and it should remain that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputants? Councillor Smeaton.
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, I got a phone call this morning, and Councillor Perry knows this, it was in his ward, so I let him know, from Robin Somerville, and she said she didn't mind her name being used to thank if a deputation came up from you to express a thanks. There are people who don't use ATVs. They only walk the trail. They have 2 properties on the track that we're speaking to. They own 2 properties of that, and just wanted to make a point of saying that they wouldn't have moved there if it wasn't for the trail, and that it was because of how well maintained it is. So I'm just on her behalf. She said if there was an opportunity, and that sounded like the right one. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We hear those same comments from lots of people who say they wouldn't have moved here except for this trail. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to receive and refer to the next council meeting for consideration? Councillor Warren, Councillor Yo. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next deputant is Rob Jardine.
Good afternoon, everyone. To the Mayor, Council, and staff, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present my deputation today about the Master Trail Plan, more specifically the rail trail between Northline Road and Garnet Graham Park in Kawartha Lakes. My name is Rob Jardine. I'm a business owner, a volunteer firefighter, and a proud part of our community. Myself, my family, and friends are all members of CATFA, the Kawartha Lakes Snowmobile Club. We walk and ride our bikes on that trail. The trail provides fun for all and a sense of community. I want to bring clarity to the number of ATV accidents on this section of the trail. As a volunteer firefighter in Finland for the last 15 years, there's been no accidents or fatalities, thankfully. I would like to make it clear so that Council has the correct information in order to make an informed decision. The accidents that have been mentioned today, a majority of them are happening on private property. It's time we all get along, make Kawartha Lakes, and more specifically Fenelon Falls, the hub of tourism, a trail system, a destination known as one of the most premier destinations in Ontario. We can make this happen, but only if we work together. As of 10 a.m. this morning, the third-party petition called Change.org has reached 5,100 people. We realize the city did not accept this third-party petition, but I was advised by the clerk's office to send a short letter to council advising them of this petition, which I did last week. I would like to address accessibility issue. There are a number of people on the trail that use the trail on their ATVs that their only means to come to Fenelon to shop, eat, get fuel, explore the trail system and what it has to offer. A nice, easy ride into town for them. But if the trail goes up North Line or 121, that's not going to work. So I did some research into the city's accessibility policy. I found the policy, council policy called Accessibility Policy, approved November 27, 2012. Section 1.1, Kawartha Lakes Multi-Accessibility Plan. The plan is established to outline a strategy to prevent and remove barriers to accessibility and to address the current and future requirements of the AODA legislation. 10.0, Built Environment is the title, and 10.1 reads, and please listen carefully to this part of the policy, the Corporation of the City of Kawartha Lakes will continue to plan and advance with provisions of increased accessibility for persons with disabilities to the city's own facilities, parks, and I will highlight the last three words of this document, publicly used area. Please, Mayor and Council and staff, make the right decision. My last point is for Mayor Elmsley. If you, Mr. Elmsley, have to break a tie when this comes to Council, I would strongly suggest that you think about the community that you live in and the future of our economy in Fenelon Falls. Also, the youth of this community, like Izzy Lowell, who had the courage to stand up in front of you and Council today, to show them that the youth in our community are responsible CATFA members. If you, Mr. Elmsley, take away that, that is one less thing that our young people in our community can enjoy. I ask all Council members to please make the right choice when you have to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions. Anybody? No? Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a motion to refer to the next council meeting for consideration and to receive. Councillor Yo, Councillor McDonald. All in favor? Thank you. Our next deputants are Mary Lee Boston and Shannon Roselle from the Fenland Chamber of Commerce.
Good news, we're the last ones. We're almost there. So as Mr. Mayor said, I am Mary Lee Boston, and I am here to speak to you, Mr. Mayor and Council, to speak on behalf of the Fenland Falls and District Chamber of Commerce in my role as the manager of the tourism office. At the Chamber, we wear a lot of hats, so I'm going to speak with my tourism hat on. And I've been doing that it'll be my 5-year anniversary in June. So I've been experiencing tourism in Fenland for a while now. The Chamber Tourism Office is located along the Loch 34 Canal, just steps away from downtown. In the warmer months, the grass area outside my office is ATV parking. And at first I was concerned about that, but I was informed that this is an agreement with the ATV group to save car parking spaces and allow the ATVs to park on the grass so that they can access our community. So that's great. And in the winter, that transitions to snowmobiles. So this is a significant and visual indicator that I can see from the window of my office of a vibrant and growing community. It's so exciting to see my grass or the snow area just full, knowing that people are enjoying our community and spending their money there to support our businesses. And a vibrant, growing economy is a priority of the city's strategic plan, as it is for the Chamber of Commerce. If a portion of the rail trail, which I believe her name was Claire from the consultant group, called the spine of the system, which I really like that, I might borrow that if that's okay, is closed to ATV or motorized users, Fenland Falls may no longer be a choice destination along the trail, which will negatively impact our economy and our tourism industry, which is a key part of our local economy. In 2022, we provided tourism-related services and information to 3,066 people. The rail trail is always top of mind when we connect with visitors, and the Rail Trail Pocket Map, which is a document that the city publishes, is one of the most popular tourism documents that we give out. So today, we should be here acknowledging, and many have, and we do as well, acknowledge the positive impact of a number of the initiatives on the Trails Master Plan update and all the many people who have worked very hard to create this proposal. These recommendations and the long-term impact of their implementation will have a great impact on Fenland Falls and communities throughout Kawartha Lakes. A few key examples are improved signage, trail amenities, continued partnerships with key stakeholders, and a suggested budget of $750,000. That's a great number if that was to be put towards the trails. But instead, we find ourselves here asking you to carefully consider the impact of closing a portion of the rail trail to motorized vehicles and what that would do to our business community. And we just ask you to keep in mind that this is a community asset, but we thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Shannon Roselle. I'm the president of the Fenland Falls and District Chamber of Commerce. So I'm here representing 155 businesses today. When it became evident that this issue was important to our members through letters we've been receiving, we completed a survey to understand their views and concerns. The results are very clear. 56 of the respondents benefit from business stemming from ATV tourism. 93% are Victoria Rail users themselves. Only 16% are ATV riders, and 81% enjoy walking the trail. But this is the important number. 82% are not in favor of the motion to prevent ATV riders using the trail in the summer in the portion east of Cameron Lake, while only 13% of our members were in favor of the change. I do have some quotes here, but we also forwarded you guys a report that included many comments we received from our members. So I'll leave it at that if there are any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I have a motion. Thank you. I have a motion to receive and refer to the next council meeting. Councillor Perry and Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Let's take 10 minutes. Okay, folks. We okay, Joel? Thank you. Call the meeting back to order. So we have correspondence regarding the proposed Trails Master Plan. So we'll receive it. We'll receive all the correspondence. There are 3 pieces of correspondence. One from Andrew Stainland, who's the chairperson of the Somerville Tract Forest and Trails Advisory Committee. We have correspondence from Rob Jardine, and we have correspondence from Peter Brindle. Can I have a motion to receive that correspondence and recommend that it be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Yeo, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor, and that's passed. Moving on, we have the report on the Trails Master Plan, item 7.4. Director Shanks, I believe you would like.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. So I know this is the time that staff usually give a brief overview of a staff report. I'm going to be probably extremely brief on this because I know there's been a number of deputations, as well as Ms. Pazinski did a presentation on the Trails Master Plan update. So many topics have been discussed, and I know the plan covered it all. I think it is important, though, to recognize, and this is taking nothing away from the very important item in regards to the use of the VRTC in the East Cameron Lake area, but this is a Trails Master Plan update for the entire city trail system. So there's a number, obviously, of other recommendations, comments, approaches to move forward with the management and operations of our trail system. So it's just important to keep that in mind, that we also look at those items and approve those items as opposed to just dealing with the East Cameron Lake VRT section. I was going to give an update, sort of a differentiation between Trails Master Plan and Active Transportation Master Plan. I think that's been covered by Ms. Pazinski in her presentation. Just a few other things. I know that one of the councillors, Councillor Joyce, was talking about the timing of the recommendations within the plan. Just for a little bit of a clarification on that. The green, yellow, orange colors, the green is obviously the immediate. The orange and the yellow colors are not identifying in any way that they're 2 years, 5 years down the road. All they're really indicating is that there's other pieces to the puzzle before we can actually move forward on some of those recommendations. So it might be that a different item needs to be taken care of before we can proceed. So something like a planning item that's taking part that we need to look at from an OP perspective perhaps, and before we move on our Trails Master Plan recommendations, that might need to be completed. Another item that was the yellow, the brown, the orange item, orange colors were more so around that it's a discovery in nature. So the wayfinding that was talked about, obviously there's a number of different wayfinding signage systems within the city, economic development's involved, different external agencies are involved. So before we did anything, there would just need to be some discovery as to how that would be moving forward. So it's not saying that it wouldn't even happen this year. It's not putting a year to it. It's just saying on those colors of yellow and orange, there would need to be some other things that take place first. It's not, can it be immediately implemented based on once this plan was adopted, which is really what the green is indicated. The other part of it is the needed resources. I know that Manager Johnson, as well as Ms. Bazinski in SEMA Plus presentation, talked about the resources. Yes, it's a big number. That's understood. It must be stated that many of the recommendations within the plan and the report are not something that would be able to move forward without the endorsements of some of those resources. But again, it's also staff are very understanding while we're suggesting that it go into the 10-year long-term financial plan of the city. It's not asking for budget approvals at this time. Budget approvals would still need to be deliberated on an annual basis, and staff would bring forward those items where budget approvals are required through operating or capital on that annual basis. So all that we're suggesting is that it be built into the 10-year financial management plan so that when the time comes that we wish to proceed and council supports it, it's already built into the long-term financial plan, and we're not putting our corporate services and finance groups basically behind the 8 ball and trying to figure out how we can fund these things. It would still come forward for approval basis on a regular annual basis through budget process. Last thing I'll say, and again, I know that Manager Johnson thanked people already. I certainly need to thank staff, Manager Johnson, Supervisors Cooper and Smith, as well as the other staff that they had involved from SEMA Plus, Ms. Bazinski and all of her staff, all of the public that you heard from today, and all of the different groups that are already partners in providing partnerships with the city. What you heard from the different groups today, whether they are a partner such as a snowmobile club, whether it's a deputant in the public who became engaged in this process, the operation, the management of the trails couldn't happen right now, and certainly the Trail Master Plan update process couldn't take place. So a massive thank you to all of them. And with that, I know that Manager Johnson and myself will try to answer any questions that council have, if they have them.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Yes, thank you, Director Shanks, for clarification on the color coding system. There is one spot in there, and maybe that's where the confusion lies, where things noted yellow is 6 to 10 years. So maybe we can just clean that piece up to reduce confusion. So, but it's great to hear it doesn't mean 6 to 10 years. It just means next. The other thing I was going to suggest is, I don't know if this is possible, but if we can gather data, how many tourists use our trails, coming from outside of Kawartha Lakes to use our trails, because when we have that data, we know that they spend money while they're here, before and after the trail use. And then that makes it more palatable, not just the council, but the general public at large, that this is a good way to spend money by the economic driver it would give us. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, to the council, I do know that a number of different groups have some of that economic impact in those numbers available to them, whether it's from a snowmobile club perspective, whether it's from a Grand Trail Alliance perspective. I know our economic development division has it as well. So you can leave it with us and we'll see if we can get some numbers and share it with council through an email.
Any other questions for the director? I have one. The report today is asking for us to do a number of things, including updating the bylaw. And this is committee of the whole, and normally we would receive the report and refer it to the next council meeting for consideration. If we move this motion today, are we adopting the motion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, I'm not quite sure I understand this specific question. So you're talking about the motion within the report. If it's approved, the very last part of that is that a revised bylaw be brought back to council for approval. So if I'm understanding you correctly, if the recommendations within the report are approved, no, the bylaw would still need to come back to council, if that answers your question.
Just the last that was missing, which is that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's understood. Yeah. The way I read it, it's the last sentence of the last that. So I think it's covered within there. But if it needs to be changed, perfectly understood.
No, we'll just add it in. Okay. So I'm looking for a mover and seconder on that. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. And just along the lines you're talking about, I have a specific motion for this particular agenda item. I'd like to move that the report proceed to council for consideration as printed, save and accept for it being updated to include the restriction of motorized traffic on the Victoria Rail Trail from Garnet Graham Park to Northline Road during the summer season, and the revised bylaw be brought back to council for approval.
Is there a seconder? Is he allowed?
To amend it, yeah.
Is there, Councillor Yule? So did you want to speak to it?
I certainly would, Mayor. I've done a lot of listening over the past 6 months. I'm very honored to be able to speak to this motion finally today. First of all, I want to start by thanking everyone over the past 6 months who has met with me, had me over to their home, emailed me, called me, came by my house, wrote me letters, and gave me studies and sent me information. This is a very unique piece of trail, as we've heard today, and I know councillors on the table realized this for several months now. It has stunning views, as we've heard, trail links to other trails, varied degrees of residential property being built and growing, as well as having economic factors involved. Very unique piece of trail. I think that's one of the reasons why there's so much attention paid to this 4-kilometer strip in Fenelon Falls. When I was in grade 5, I remember hearing the last railway car go through and whistle, sitting in my class in grade 5 in public school. Also in public school in grade 8, I had to do a presentation for Fenelon Village Council, as it then was. And Marina McLennan, the late Marina McLennan, was the mayor in those days. And the idea we were supposed to bring was one idea we could bring to council that we'd like to change. And my idea was that we make the old rail trail into a walking trail. Now, I can't take credit for that at all. It was my dear late mother's idea that she sent me with. Now, these days, living here, I walk the trail with my friends and my parents, the friends of my parents, and I grew up in this section of the trail on Bond Street. And now I'm the ward councillor, so I need to speak to it. During the campaign, I said I was okay with a bypass along the Northline Road, as long as it was safe, accessible, and I pledged that I would keep listening. So far, I've very much learned and listened to our local firefighters, the residents that live along Northline Road at the trail, who are also ATVers, that Northline Road is simply not safe. That's not a safe option. I've driven that section, done my own inspections. I was driving there at 80 kilometers, which is the posted limit, and had 2 other cars on my back. So imagine having that at 50 kilometers an hour. And also, with North Line Road, there are no current shoulders in use. Nor is putting ATVs on Highway 21 as recommended acceptable because of the traffic concerns, which we heard from our retired OPP officer. Again, doing 50 kilometers and then down to 20, Fenelon Falls on a weekend, if you grew up there or have been through the traffic congestion, is already a source of great concern and complaint, especially on summer weekends. There would be an expense for 121, and although this isn't legal advice, the lawyer in me thinks if the city promotes that option, puts ATVs out onto 121 where they're not allowed to use the snowmobile trails, the liability for the city could be an issue, and I don't make that claim lightly. I also want to say that, as I said, it had to be safe, and then I'd continue to listen, and I'd continue to learn. And I've done just that. I've done my homework. I've reviewed reports and studies. I've even hosted the parties in my home. And so moving forward, I come with confidence to my position. For example, one report we haven't heard a lot about was the SEMA update from September. And from that report last fall, some 80% of the 200 residents who participated in the consultation chose options that didn't close the trail or had no preference except that there be no bypass. And so what I've learned from all my listening and work is that at the end of the day, this issue doesn't really seem to be about bypassing. It seems to be about use of that unique and wonderful piece of the trail on East Cameron Lake. Safety is a serious consideration, and I, of course, too, take it very seriously. But as stated in my consultations, I'm not aware of any reported accidents or collisions or injuries to persons in the 15 years that the trail has been opened. I actually have heard from mothers who take their kids out there on the trail, and there was a grief walk just a few months ago on the trail as well. Again, safety hasn't been taken, has to be taken seriously, but isn't necessarily perhaps not the driver of the right fit for this solution. You know, and I've heard, as we've heard today from the deputations, and I'm sure you all have in recent weeks, emails and phone calls, even when this issue began during the election and since back in September, there's a diversity of opinion. And yes, we've heard that people are living some very big inconvenience, some disruption of their life, very sensitive and very attuned to the noise that is going by their properties. And we have to address that. But I've heard from many more people, and we have here today, who want to have the trail left open as multi-use, who live on the trail. There were a few times since Christmas when I was invited down for coffee to that area by the trail. I assumed I was going to hear about closing the trail, and it wasn't. It was groups of neighbors who would come together to encourage the trail stay multi-use, living on the trail. And we heard one of the deputants today who lives on the trail who has 1,000 signatures on a petition. I've also heard that, you know, some people wouldn't buy here due to the trails and the ATVs thereof. I've heard from far more people, however, that the trail is why they moved here. And the condo in Fenelon Falls, for example, the moorings is actually building space, parking space, to house toys, shall we say, SUVs and snow machines. I've also heard that some people are fearful to walk the trail, and I take that seriously and to heart as well. That can't be fun, and the trail is to be there for everyone. But I think what we have to keep in mind moving forward is that the overwhelming number of people I've heard from ward councillor, whether they have ATVs or not, whether they even use the trail or not, they want them to stay open and have nothing but good experiences or things to say. You know, as I mentioned, we have a deputation here from a young person who is also on the trail. And there's also the economic case, as we heard from the Fenelon Chamber of Commerce. I won't review the results in the interest of time, but 82% of business owners in my ward wanting the trail to stay open. And we have the other petition that was online, 5,000 plus signatures to keep the trail multi-use. Yes, there is noise. And I know and I feel for the people who are very bothered by the noise, extremely bothered. And I hear that, and we have to do something about it, as I said. I've had people who live on the trail, as I mentioned, who want to keep it open. And so for these reasons, it seems as though closing the trail really isn't quite the right-sized solution for this section of trail. To me, multi-use trail is there for everyone to enjoy, with enhanced enforcement of speed and use of hours of use. We have a report before us, the Trails Master Plan Update, the report which I talked to Jen Johnson yesterday and mentioned what an excellent report it is in so many ways. It includes increased signage and wayfaring, and specifically at the Fenland Beach Park, where ATVs are not allowed into the park itself, are able to go through the parking lot, but there needs to be more signage there, for example, to start. And I'm serious about this. The report is before us has an action plan for continuous day-to-day coordination of the trail and for evaluation to reflect challenges and changes over time. Page 10 of the report, recommendation 8, talks about a formalized trail enforcement program that is to be developed or should be developed and updated within the city bylaws, a role for all of us to play in this trail around the table. We also, the report emphasizes and proposes enforcement tactics, including blitzes, partnerships with OPP, and trail safety days. The recommendations on maintenance and enforcement in the report include new online reporting and public engagement for public perception and successes and challenges and improvements for the trail moving forward. Recommendation 3 says that as part of a monitoring and evaluation process, municipal staff of the Parks and Rec Division will coordinate meetings with stakeholders and community members to inform trail evaluation and improvement a minimum of once a year. And also a minimum of once a year, the report commits for Parks and Rec to have stakeholder meetings focusing on getting input for needs, programs, issues, and concerns. Councillor Warren spoke to this, and Councillor Joyce did as well, but I've been working the past several weeks to bring the parties together in Ward 3. And as Ward Councillor, I'm pleased to let you know that I'm able to put together an informal working group to help feed into the city's measures, make them faster, stronger, that we can stress real and perceived enforcement, noise reduction, traffic calming gates, future design, like a medium as has come up potentially, and trail noise bylaws. I have buy-in from some residents who live on the trail for this informal working group, the president of CATVA, the president of the Kawartha Lake Snowmobile Club. Councillor Warren has agreed because this trail section impacts her ward as well. The Cycling Association and the walking clubs would be welcome too, if interested. So in closing, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to talk about the vision. I was speaking with someone last month and they mentioned, well, they got me thinking a lot about the future. We've talked a lot about the future in terms of development, responsible development. To me, the smaller vision is to keep the trail closed. And we don't have to choose between motorized and active transportation. Why choose when we can have both through the measures that I've just mentioned? I think the bigger vision, the forward vision, is that we can use this unique section of trail to make it really great for everyone, for all users. If you'll see in the report, there's an evaluation criteria moving forward, evaluating public health, trail use, economic benefits, and enforcement. And so keeping the trail open to all users, to me, is most consistent with enjoyment and of the trail and livability overall. I think this very much furthers our local values, mine included, of diversity, inclusion, and community. Now, I work by day with the Métis National Council, and something we do is called co-development. And I'm convinced that we can, moving forward, co-develop this trail as a shining example for all who will enjoy it, who will feel safe, who will have noise reduction, and be able to enjoy their property. And so with so many reports having been made, people blue in the face from talking, voices heard, so many here today as well, I would like to begin today to best realize the report's conclusion that trails in Kawartha Lakes mean trails for everyone. We can do this together. We can co-develop something wonderful and great for everyone on all sides of this coin. So let's get started together. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Yo.
Yeah, what he said, thank you.
Are you sure you want to shorten that a little?
That'd be good.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for all those words, Mike. I'd like to say I respect all the deputations today, and I thank everybody for their input. I think we have a great opportunity here to work together as a group to make this trail good for everybody. We have 66 feet that the city owns, which is also taxpayers, that we could make a unique and a safe and enjoyable for all users. I truly believe if we take all this energy that we have heard here today and come together, I'm sure that we could create something special for everybody in our community. And I'd like to thank, again, everybody that had their deputations, and everybody has their points, but Mr. Perry couldn't have said it any better in your response, so thank you for that.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just want to clarify something, being not young, but new to council. Thanks for pointing that out. It's for either Director Shanks or Manager Johnson. By this piece of a very, very large 200-page plan being extracted, wrong word, but chosen to have some changes to it, we're still able, with other things in there. Councillor Dunn, his deputation, I had some questions also for you about. We still have the opportunity at council to do that, correct? I mean, that seems obvious, but I just want to make sure that that's said as people are watching, that I haven't fallen asleep at the wheel. There maybe will still be some conversations, not necessarily that I, anticipating change, but definitely, as I said to Manager Johnson, I had a couple questions, and I just want to make sure I can still ask those, so, and not take the time now to do that.
Yeah, you're just sending it to council, and you'll still have a shot.
Okay. And in relation, just to echo Councillor McDonald, I just want to say thank you to a lot of people. There was a lot of time spent on this issue over a number of months. And this is a classic example of you need to, as long as you are making an informed decision where you've done your homework, you sleep well at night. And this decision, I personally couldn't have thought it through more. And I echo Councillor Perry's sentiments as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, and I have the same sentiments around the table as well. Last year, September 22nd, 2022, this recommendation was brought as a add-on into this Trails Master Plan, and at the time we thought, yep, put it in there. And you know what? The last 6 months, we had an opportunity to learn more, and you did an awesome job with your sum up there, Councillor Perry, in recognizing that, we are listening to the community, and we do have a huge opportunity as a multi-use, and also to respect the fact that this Trails Master Plan is incredible, and we're just not letting that hijack the entire plan, because city staff, everybody else has done a wonderful job, so.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I echo what has been said before, and I want to thank everybody who's come and made a deputation. I really look forward to being part of a committee to try to make things work on specifically that part of the trail, but I also see going forward that it would be great to have an umbrella group bringing both groups together in active transportation and ATVs, snowmobiles, so we could find some middle ground and not be so polarized. And so going forward, I look forward to that. And I want to thank everybody again for all their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. And similar to what the comments were just made all around the table, the deputations were all good. Doesn't matter what side you're on, you listen, that's your job. Listen, listen, listen. And that's certainly what Councillor Perry did, dotted the I's, crossed the T's, and did his homework. And we all worked hard on this, staff, council, residents, And I think it's going to be a win-win, just now and down the road, because they know that, people know that we're listening to them, and that's, I think, probably the best result of this exercise today, that people have been heard. So again, thanks.
Thank you. My turn. I'm not sorry I brought this forward. I think it would have been disingenuous of me, particularly before the election, to let this go forward and not say anything, and then at this juncture bring it up. So I'm not sorry I brought it up when I did, because I think it gave people an opportunity to start thinking about it. I also think that some people have been maligned. There are many people, probably not as many as showed up today or who have been as vocal or sent in letters or signed petitions, but there have been people who reached out to me when I was a councillor to express concern, to express their horror, in some cases, of what they found, what they were faced with. So I'm not sorry I brought it up, because I see the mood around the council table. I see where this vote is going. And if this comes out to have more dialogue, more people getting together, and a will to make this section of the trail safer for everyone and quieter, and solve the dust problem and solve the problems for the folks in the area who are really impacted, and for some other folks who have reached out because they were concerned. So, as I say, I'm not sorry for what I did, and I will stand by it, and I'll take my lumps for it. And I still have grave concerns for those folks who live adjacent to the rail trail, and for those folks who aren't comfortable being on the same path as an ATV. So going forward, we're going to have to find a way to make that section safer. Maybe it's more gates, maybe it's speed bumps, maybe it's a whole variety of things that we have to do. So having said that, Councillor Perry, would you like to sum up?
I think you did the summation I was going to make, Mayor, in that the enjoyable and livable for all users includes people who are so bothered and disrupted by the noise and the speeds. And that's what needs to be addressed and top of mind and top of list by this working group. And I, for one, am really excited to help fix that and then see where this trail can take us, pun intended, over the coming months and years. This is immediate for me, and I thank you all for taking so much time today on Ward 3.
Thank you. That was sum up. We have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that's passed. Community services.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you just clarify what the actual motions were? Is it the first 5 that's minus the last one, and then an additional that to take it to council? Just okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Are you good with that? Okay. Okay, we were going to adjourn at this point, but do you want to, well, I'm asking a question, what you want to do. Do you want to, like, there's a bunch of stuff that we're not having the presentation by MPAC, and we can slough off the council expense policy until the next meeting of the whole, but all of these 9.2 on proposed surplus declarations, is there anybody who has a problem with them, or would you like to move them as printed and get rid of them? Councillor Yo.
I would move them as printed.
Okay, let's find out if anybody has a problem with any of them. So that's 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, 9.6. Do we have a problem with any of those? Anybody? Anybody got anything to say about it?
I just have a comment.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Just a question through you to Realty, I guess. I'm okay with it, but I just want to clarify about these appraisals. So are we getting just one appraisal or two appraisals for each sale? So we get proper value of the property that we sell?
Okay, we're gonna have to, we can't deal with it then because we don't have anybody online.
That's okay.
Or do you want, can the question be answered outside?
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah? Okay. Councillor Warren?
Through you, just another comment was it would be really good with these reports to have some information where the closest access point is for the public.
Well, you are gonna have a chance at
Okay.
council.
Okay.
Because we're not passing them,
That's true.
we're
Okay.
referring them to council.
Okay,
I'm
that's
just
fine.
trying to save time on the morning of the 18th. Okay, so do we have a motion for 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, and 9.6? That, as printed. Councillor Yo?
That's printed.
Seconder? Councillor McDonald. Councillor Smeaton, do you have a question, or?
I'm so sorry, just a little bit confused. 9.13 is not part of this, correct? Got it.
Okay, so 9.2 to 9.6 as printed, and you get another kick at it at council on the 18th. Okay? All in favor? And that's passed. Is there anything else you want to deal with today? There's proposed heritage designations, and there's a couple of memos. What?
One?
9.7. Do you want 9.7? Do you want to move it as printed? Or?
I would so move, Mayor, in that if this is committee of the whole, it will come back to council next regular council meeting. And it was an excellent presentation. And as I heard Councillor Yo just mentioned, a good news story that I also support in my ward.
Got a seconder? Councillor McDonald. Question, comments? All in favor? And that's passed. So, any others that you want to get rid of today?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
On a roll. Yeah, I'd move 9.10, 9.11. 9.12.
Let's do them individually because they're quite different. So 9.10.
Oh, sorry, 9.10 was the amendments. I didn't mean that one, sorry.
Yeah.
9.11.
9.11. You're moving that? Got a seconder? Councillor Joyce. Any comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Ashmore.
That was 9.11, 34 Lindsay Street South.
That's correct.
Yeah. I remember about a year ago, I was on the Heritage Committee last term, and this term as well, but when we designated that building, it was just the facade, like the front part, but we're designating the whole building. I just want on this, so just wanted to make sure we can deal with this at council, but I'm not gonna.
Yes, you can.
I'm not gonna discuss it at length here today, but.
Okay.
Just to receive
And
it.
and we'll have Emily or somebody there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. Do we have a mover and seconder? We do. Okay. All in favor? That's passed.
912 as printed.
Okay. Counselor Yo, seconder. Counselor Joyce. Any comments or questions? No? All right. All in favor? And that's passed. You want to do 914?
No, my computer just went to sleep.
Yeah.
914 is
It's the
a request for traffic calming on Cameron Road, Kawartha Lake 34.
This was my memo for the Fenland Township Public School that doesn't have anything right now, so I would move that it go to council.
Councilor Warren, you're seconding? Okay. Any comments or questions? All in favor? And that's passed. 915 is a request for speed reduction, Pigeon Lake Road, Kawartha Lakes Road 17.
No problem.
Councilor
Take that one straight
Ashmore,
to
I think
council.
that's yours, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Seconder? Councilor Yo. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. 916 is Mill Pond Bridge. Councilor Ashmore?
Yeah, I got a call from Director Rojas, which was great. He talked to me about it. But I just wondering if I could just put this till the next meeting. Just wanted to talk about some of the alternatives, like some pressure treated lumber, plastic lumber, fiber reinforced polymers, walking decks, and things like that might fit the bill for this. I just doing a bit more research and working with staff on this, so.
You want it to go to the 18th in the morning?
Yeah, sure. It's,
okay.
This budget, well, this bridge came in under budget. Not that we're going to spend, we have money to spend, but it did come in 100,000 under budget, which was great. But I think we can discuss it on the 18th. Yep.
Yep. No, he's deferring it to. It's not. We're not handling it. How about 10.1 is a memorandum regarding Cedar Glen dock transfer. I think there's going to be some discussion on that, so it should probably go to the 18th.
Realty, like for the 18th, yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine, yeah.
And 10.2, the memorandum regarding the Rearboro Park postal boxes. I think we should send that there too, because I think there's some considerations, and I see we just got a letter from Canada Post referring to that. And so rather than try and rush it today, let's bring it back on the 18th in the morning.
That's fine.
Okay?
Yep.
9.1 is the council expenses. That was one we wanted to move to. Or do you want to deal with that today? And 9.17 is the other one that was missed.
9.1 is a council expense policy and council computer systems policy. Anybody like to move that? Councillor Yo, seconder. Seconder. 9.1, Councillor Smeaton. Councillor Perry, did you want to talk to that or something?
Oh, sorry, that was something else before we close.
All in favor? And that passes. What's the other one? 9.4.
9.17. 9.17. Either put forward and deal with it now.
9.17, the bulky plastic recycling program. Okay, there's two. Councillor Warren, Councillor Yo. Any comments or questions? Go ahead.
I'm just so thankful to see that there. Last term was on the Waste Committee and brought it up, and so glad to see it back. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Thank you. So we're going to recess until 9 o'clock, well, let's make it 9:30 on April 18th. Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. And just one thing that I didn't have a chance to speak to earlier, Ms. McCormick's correspondence about the electric vehicle fleet. I know we have an electric vehicle plan, and I know that we have goals that we're working toward. Has there been an update recently? Perhaps this council could get an update in the coming meeting or so, just on the status of progress and the goals to date. That would be something I would suggest. Thank you very much for consideration.
We'll look into it. Councillor Warren.
Through you, I've also got staff to forward that letter to the Environmental Advisory Committee. So it's hopefully going to go forward, I hope. Thank you.
Okay. So could I have a motion to recess? Okay, we're just recessing. Yeah. Stay off the jungle gym.